Now, Tom came to me. He was telling me that he and his family were moving from Hertfordshire to Devon. This was on June the 24th. They booked a removals company that had quoted them just under £4,000 to do the job.
We had a full packing service that came on the 23rd to pack us all up and move us all out. On the 24th, they arrived, and it became apparent during the day that they'd underestimated the volume, even though they'd sent a surveyor around to see the whole house and take photographs of everything. And the first we knew was at 6:30 that evening, we got a call from the company who said that they were taking all our stuff and putting it into their storage facility, and it wasn't actually coming down to Devon. We've ended up moving down here because we had nowhere else to go, and we spent 5 days sleeping on the floor because we have absolutely nothing. We only had the clothes we were standing in at the time. The last email we had from them was on last Friday in about 3:30 in the afternoon, saying that they would get some essentials down to us within 48 hours. That's obviously passed on Sunday, and we still haven't heard from them.
Well, what is this firm doing to connect Tom to his belongings? Well, I can tell you a lot has been happening on this case behind the scenes, most of which at this particular point in time we are not going to discuss. However, I was working on this case last week while I was off on my holidays, and I spoke to the man who owns the removals company. In fact, I'd had a conversation with him on the programme, you may recall, just before I went on my holidays, and I think it may well be worth replaying some of the conversation I had with him. His name is Alex, and he revealed that Tom's belongings are currently being stored in East London. Alex came onto the programme to give his side of the story and explain why the charge has tripled.
Going forward now to move day, Mr. Bedwell didn't require 3.5-tonne Luton vans. Mr. Bedwell now included items that he previously said he wasn't taking, including things, for instance, like offcuts of wood.
Alex, I don't know when to cut in here.
You want to come in now, Tom? Go on.
Well, I'm not sure that there are not items that we said we would be, we would leave behind, but we have left them behind. It was a corner sofa, and we left that in the garage. So don't start saying things like that.
Well, I'll tell you what. If I can just finish the timeline from what we have and the evidence that we have on file, and then perhaps you can interject in the places that you disagree. But this is the thing. So going forward from this, instead of 3 Luton vans, Mr. Bedwell actually needed 9 Luton vans. And if you can imagine 9 vans parked up outside the road to the point where neighbours are coming outside of the property and saying, wow, is this how much you're taking? Is this how much you have? There is obviously a huge discrepancy between 3 vans and between 9 vans.
So can I just ask, when your surveyor went out to Tom's property, how much experience has your surveyor got at surveying the amount of possessions that a customer is wanting to transport?
Well, that's a very good point. Years of experience, but not only that.
So how on earth can a surveyor have made the mistake of coming back to you and telling you this customer will require three vehicles when in fact you're telling me he needed 9?
Well, Jonathan, this is the thing. This is not all down to one surveyor. That one surveyor's observation is checked and double checked by other members of staff. Furthermore, that apart from the additional checks and quality assurance that go on, a dialogue is then had with the customer about the surveyor's notes to double check that these requirements are correct, to double check about the quantities that someone is taking. And what I'm saying is all of these steps were done, and it's by Mr. Bedwell's own telephone recordings, which we provided to you, Jonathan.
Yes, and I've listened to them all, and I'm afraid, as I have expressed to you previously, the telephone recordings, as far as I am concerned, do not support the case that you are making, that you were transparent with your customer and told your customer exactly how much he was going to have to pay. It is my understanding, having listened to the telephone recordings, having looked at the quote that I have in front of me here, that Tom was due to pay you £3,990, not £11,970, which is what you're now telling him he needs to pay in order for you to give him his stuff back. Well, lots of you contacted me to tell me what you thought about the case. I have to say, most of your reaction we couldn't put on air. The conversation with Tom and Alex went on for some time, and it's fair to say there was no agreement on the revised price.
It's wholly unreasonable for Mr. Bedwell to know that his requirements are substantially in excess of what he's been quoted for, but still want to somehow pay for the initial price, which he misled us into.
Where in East London...
How were you misled, Alex? How was that? Did that happen? How did that happen? Every single item that we were transporting was visible to your surveyor when he came round. He not only came round, he took photographs of everything as well. How could you get it so utterly wrong?
Well, Mr. Bedwell,
how have you done that, Alex? In all your years of professional experience, how have you done that?
Mr. Bedwell, listen to your own recordings.
How you can do that?
To your own recordings that you're asking us for. Your own recordings. You're asking us how this has happened.
I made a mistake by saying 3.5 ton rather than 7.5 ton. Now, I am a layman. I have no idea what size vehicles are and volumes of vehicles. I don't know that. You are the professional in this case.
And we're not expecting you to. But when you are comparing our quotes with other companies' quotes, when you are comparing the vehihcles that we're attributing,
we weren't. We were looking at quotes across the piece.
And, Why?
And the one company quoted.
Look. I mean, look. As far as I'm concerned, and I know, Alex, you don't agree with this. As far as I'm concerned, this is very simple. I've got a written quote from you demonstrating that you were prepared to move Tom and his family down to Devon for £3,990. I cannot see at any point a revised quote. I cannot see.
Jonathan. There was no revised quote. But, Jonathan, when you see that quote, any quotation, any fixed quotation, has parameters. You cannot fix a quote to infinity. You cannot fix a quote to arbitrary points.
Yes, but you'd been out to his property. A surveyor from your company had been out to his property. You had seen how much stuff he had. You saw how much stuff was going to be transported.
In the world of business, that is too arbitrary. That's why we fix our quotations against vehicles
I'm sorry, Alex, but yesterday on my programme I heard from a lady who called in. She works for a different removals company. Her job is to go to people's properties and survey. She makes a note of absolutely everything that is in that property. She then determines how big the vehicle needs to be in order to transport that stuff. And if a mistake is made and if the vehicle's not big enough, it's her mistake, it's the company's mistake, and they pay for it. They do not expect the customer to pay for it.
Absolutely, Jonathan.
Okay, let me come back to my question that you didn't answer. Let me come back to my question that you didn't answer. Let me come back to my question that you didn't answer.
Let me just comment on the point you just made, Jonathan. Because if you ask the same lady, if she goes round to someone's house and there's a piano and someone says they're not taking it, but then suddenly on the day that they are taking it...
Yes, but you're expecting us all to believe... But you're expecting us all to believe that Tom had said to your surveyor, I'm leaving 2/3 of everything you can see here in this house. Well, the conversation concluded by an agreement that Alex would be providing Tom with some different prices. The price for him organising for a different removals company to come to this storage facility and to collect all of his possessions and then transport all of those possessions down to Devon, and also a cost for the full fulfilment of the contract, i.e. taking all of the possessions all the way down to Devon. What's the latest? What's happening? Since we last spoke on the programme, Tom is back on the JVS show. Hello, Tom.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Tom. Now, I should just point out, I did invite Alex from the company to appear on the programme as well. He has simply not responded to my latest request or invitation to him. Okay. However, let's just bring ourselves up to speed with what's going on. And I should just point out, there are certain elements to this story that, for very obvious reasons, we will not be going into at this particular point, because the last thing I want to do is to jeopardise things. So let's discuss what we can discuss at this particular point. And as you know, I was working on this case trying to help you last week.
And we're very grateful for that, Jonathan. On your holiday, we feel terribly guilty.
You don't need to feel guilty at all. It was my pleasure to try and do something to help. Now, we are not much further forward, but we are a little bit further forward. There is now a revised price or prices on the table. And certainly the revised price for delivery of your goods is less than the original price that you were told you would have to pay to get your stuff back. Just bring everyone up to speed with the two amounts of money that Alex has said you would have to pay to be reunited with your stuff.
Okay, so we could go and collect the stuff ourselves, and he wants to charge us a fee for supervising that of £695, but the total amount of that would be £5,267, is what he said. Mm-hmm. On the other one, where he would deliver it to us, it now comes out at £9,980, because what he'd done is taken that packing day and multiplied it by 3, and he's realised that you can't really do that if you're not doing the packing. So that amount that single amount's come down to 995. So it's come down by £1,500 or so.
Right.
So now those are the amounts.
Okay, so we've got 5,267 for going to the premises to collect your stuff, or just under £10,000 to have your stuff delivered. Both of which are, of course, substantially more than you were originally quoted, and I would imagine you are very unhappy with both of those amounts. However, we need to work with the reality of the situation. As I have pointed out before, it would appear that Alex, to put it crudely, has you by the short and curlies, because he's got all of your stuff, his company has got all of your stuff in a storage facility. I know, because this also happened last week. He has now provided you with the address for the storage facility, although it still doesn't specify exactly which storage facility your stuff is apparently in.
That's right, yeah.
The address takes you to 3 separate storage facilities, I gather. And I don't know, has he actually specified which of those 3 storage facilities your stuff is supposedly in?
No, we don't know where it is exactly.
Right.
No.
So let's just look at the first option then, for you paying £5,267 to go and collect your stuff and to use a third-party removal company to fulfil the rest of the contract. How do you feel about taking that option?
We're slightly nervous about that, going up to a facility that we don't know where it is and where it would be. I think it's not an ideal option for us at this stage.
Right. So you would rather have his company pack all the stuff back onto their trucks. Well, I should say onto their trucks. They're not actually their trucks, are they? They, it would appear, had hired the vehicles. The numerous 3.5-ton trucks, they had hired the vehicles from a van hire place.
Yes, that's right.
Which, to my mind, is a little bit unusual, because removals companies that I have dealt with in the past generally have their own vehicles. They don't go hiring, man with a van type outfits. I mean, you thought you were dealing with a proper removals company that would have their own vehicles.
Yes, certainly. I mean, the way they're set up, it's a professional front end, and the way that we got updates of what was happening was all very good and very encouraging. So we didn't really expect to end up in this position.
Okay.
And I have to say, you have caught us at a bit of a low point at the moment. So I'm not probably quite as jovial as I have been.
Well, listen, that is absolutely understandable. How are you and your family? Because you still haven't got your possessions, and it's over a week since you and I last spoke. I mean, this has just been a nightmare, an absolute nightmare from start to finish.
Yeah. I mean, it's coming up to 3 weeks where we've got nothing in our house at all. The gardens, the grass is growing. I could take a crop of hay off it now. And we just little things. I've had to buy more walking shoes because we walk our dogs. It's all those kind of things that you need and you haven't got. So it makes life very, very difficult.
And I know that you have you've gone back to Alex with a counter offer. It was about £8,000, your counter offer. And you had also highlighted to him the expenses you have incurred as a result of not being reunited with your stuff. He simply responded to you and said the figure he had specified was completely non-negotiable. You either pay him what he's asking for, which is just under £10,000, or, to be frank, you don't get your stuff back.
It certainly looks that way, Jonathan. Yeah, and the expenses are going up living in this limbo land because we don't know what to buy. Because we already have it. So it is a very difficult situation. Now,
I know that you have written to him because I looked at the letter, and I hope you don't mind. I made one or two slight changes to it.
Yeah.
That letter that you are now sending him is going to accept the £9,980 in order to get your stuff delivered.
Yeah.
My concern, well, I have lots of concerns, to be honest, about this whole business, but my concern is, and I know that he specified that the nearly £10,000 will be made in 3 payments to give you a level of protection in terms of you wouldn't be expected to make those payments until you've checked your goods. My concern has always been, where is the guarantee that you are going to get all of your stuff back? Because the last you saw 3 weeks ago was 9 3.5-ton trucks disappear with all of your worldly goods that apparently are now in some storage facility we don't know where. There doesn't appear to be an itinerary that was carried out by the company, so there is no list of all of your goods. How confident are we that you are actually going to get your goods back?
Well, certainly we don't have, and I think you'd expect us not to have any trust in this company whatsoever, the way they've behaved, and so we're very nervous about that, that we will get all our belongings back. But you have to, we have to make some kind of offer at this stage to move things forward, because we can't carry on living like this.
Yes. Now, as you will be aware, and I just want to make other people aware, Nick Freeman, the lawyer known as Mr. Loophole, he has been providing some support and some legal assistance on this particular case behind the scenes. We are very grateful to him for that.
Indeed.
However, to be fair to him, he has also suggested that he really would point you in the direction of employing a consumer litigation lawyer to, at this particular point in time, just be aware of the potential for there to be further problems. Because if it transpires some of your possessions have been damaged, or if some of your possessions are missing, in order to take things further forward, the chances are that will involve the courts. And the chances are that will be at a higher cost than £10,000, which means you're not looking at small claims court. So his suggestion was that you instructed a solicitor. I don't know whether you have made steps to do that yet. I know you checked your home insurance, and unfortunately you haven't got legal cover with it.
No, I haven't. And we have begun to speak to a solicitor about this matter.
I think at this stage, I mean, let's wait and see how Alex responds to your latest email to him. But I think it's just a good idea to be prepared for further problems down the line. So I think it's a good idea to make sure that you have legal representation, and you need that to be from someone who is a specialised consumer litigation lawyer, because if this does end up being an issue of contract between you and Alex's removals company, then you need to make sure that you have the right kind of legal backup. Have you sent that latest letter to him yet?
I haven't done it yet, Jonathan, no, but if we're going to go down that route, I'll pop it straight across to him after the show.
I think at this stage, that's the only thing you really can do.
Yeah.
Because at the moment, as I say, Alex has not responded to me. He has not agreed to appear on the programme and explain what is going on from his perspective, which is hugely disappointing when you consider he is aware of the predicament that his company leaves you and your family in. Now, he was at great pains to point out last time that he also feels he's a victim in all of this.
Yes.
I would suggest that most people would not agree that he is the main victim in this. Most people feel desperately sorry for you and your family, Tom. I've had so many people. Last week, you will be, I hope, pleased to know that virtually everywhere I went last week and bumped into people that recognised me, the one person they wanted to know about was you. How's Tom? What's going on with his removals company? Has he managed to get all of his stuff? People are horrified by this story, and it is a massive, massive lesson for everyone to learn. When you are moving house, make sure you use a good, reputable local removals company that is well established in the area, that has all of the necessary insurance to back up the service that they are offering you. Don't necessarily just rely on reviews. I mean, I was very interested, just as an aside, I went on to a certain review website, of which there are many reviews of Alex's company, Tom. Some of those reviews are from people in the United States of America talking about what a wonderful job Alex's company has done for them.
Right.
Quite why Alex's company would be moving somebody's grand piano in Massachusetts is beyond me. So the lesson is, don't necessarily assume that glowing reviews on the internet are genuine. Don't necessarily assume that those glowing reviews mean you will have a wonderful experience with that company. Unfortunately, you've had a disastrous experience. And as I say...
This is so far, Jonathan, from what a move experience should be like.
Of course it is.
I mean, it just is. Moving to a new home, you want it to... You know it's going to be stressful, but this is beyond that.
It is a nightmare. And can I just point out, we are getting, as you would imagine, texts and messages coming in, making various suggestions of what should be going on with this. Can I just say, we are limited in what we can talk about this morning on the programme. We are limited. We are getting to a point where a lot of that will be happening. However, at this particular stage, we are limited with what we can say. So please rest assured, ladies and gentlemen, lots is going on behind the scenes to try and get this sorted. But certainly on the face of it, what needs to now happen is for an agreement to be reached so that Tom and his family can get their stuff. And it would appear at the moment, Alex is not prepared to release that stuff without £10,000 just under being paid. What we need to make sure happens is that £10,000 is protected, and that £10,000 is only paid when you are 100% confident that you've got all of your stuff and your stuff has not been damaged. Tom, I will continue to stay across this. You and I will continue to talk about this, and we will continue to discuss this case on the programme until it is resolved. And people may well be aware of the fact that at this stage, Alex's company has not been identified. And if Alex is listening to the programme, at this stage, his company hasn't been identified. That can all change very quickly. Let's leave it there. Tom, you and I will talk very soon.
Thank you, JVS.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. And again, to you and your family, I'm so sorry for everything you're going through. I feel very powerless with this, but I'm trying to do what I can to help, and I know everybody else feels exactly the same way. Lisa is on the line. Hello, Lisa.
Hi, Jonathan.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
2 years ago, I moved into a facility for my disabled son. And in the back garden, we have some trees that overhang, and they are extremely tall. They take up all of the garden, and we haven't been able to use the garden ever since. I have been trying to get them to do something about it, and I have been in a 2.5 year debate with them about it, and still nothing at all. And in lockdown, we couldn't use the garden, so we were stuck indoors.
So you talk about a facility. Do you mean
yes, a bungalow? Sorry.
Oh, okay. So this is what, social housing of some kind?
A housing association bungalow.
Okay, so a housing association bungalow, and this is for you and your disabled son.
And my other 3 children, yes.
Okay, fine. And how old is your son?
He is nearly 5.
Okay. And when you moved into the property, these trees were already very, very large, were they?
Yes, they were very large, but they weren't so overgrown into the back garden. It's just been over the years that they have been growing extremely into the garden, so we can't use it.
Okay. And are the trees actually in your garden, or are they in neighbouring gardens?
No, they're actually behind a fence, which is apparently a no man's land.
Okay, right. Hence the problem.
Yes.
So who is responsible for that land, even though it's no man's land? Is this something that the council takes responsibility for or not?
No, they're not taking responsibility for it. The housing association are not taking responsibility for it. No one is.
Right. But the trees are now so big, they're completely overhanging the garden?
Yes.
Okay, so what have the housing association said when you've complained about it?
They have said that they will send a surveyor out to have a look at them, which they did. And he said that they are a health and safety hazard. They shouldn't be that long. They need to be cut, but they're not doing anything about it.
Why is that?
They said it's because it's a no man's land and it's a health and safety hazard. But the lady that's dealing with it, she is trying to get them cut back to the boundaries, but she's having no luck either.
Right. Well, I mean, yes, I would have thought that at the very least, cutting any overhanging branches back from the trees, it doesn't necessarily resolve the problem with the height of the trees, but certainly I'm surprised that there is no offer to even come and cut back the branches that are overhanging the garden. How great a problem is this? I mean, just describe it for people that are listening to the programme. You kind of describe the fact that your son couldn't go out in the garden during lockdown. Why is that?
Where the trees overhang, it literally stops the grass from growing. So we have no grass in the garden whatsoever. And where the trees are, there's birds in there that deposit their boughs out onto the garden. So he can't even crawl out there because he will get bird's muck on his hands. It's literally, you just literally cannot use the garden. There's just no point of the garden, really.
Right. Okay. Well, it sounds as if I need to go and have a word with this housing association. We need to find out who ultimately takes responsibility for the trees, because the trees cannot be allowed to completely destroy your enjoyment of your garden. I mean, it's ridiculous. And I mean, as regular listeners to the programme will know, I always maintain that people who have trees on their land need to accept the responsibility that comes with those trees. I have trees, and it is unfortunately necessary every now and then, when the trees start to get very large, to pay people very often an awful lot of money to come in and cut back those trees to stop them completely overtaking everything. And that is something that everybody who owns trees needs to accept. You know, they come with a responsibility. The maintenance of those trees, the management of those trees can be very expensive. Let me see what I can do. Have you got any photographs of the trees and just to demonstrate how bad it is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Have the Housing Association said that you have any responsibility as per the terms of the tenancy?
No, they haven't.
Okay, fine. Okay, well, I need to go and get some detail. What I'll do, I'll pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail. We'll go and have a word, okay?
Okay, brilliant.
Now, Anna wanted a spin bike, so she purchased one online. It cost her £199, but it didn't last very long.
After about a month of use, the pedal broke on it. I contacted the service and they provided me with a new pedal and what it needs to be attached to, which is called a crank. I'm not very bike savvy. Managed to replace the pedal, used it for a further 6 weeks, and it happened again. And they sent me a replacement pedal with this crank thing. They didn't provide any instructions. I asked to speak with an engineer because I couldn't change the part myself. I asked for instructional videos, anything that could support me to get this fixed again. They said that they can't provide any further assistance than what they're already providing. So I've been back and forth with them because I cannot get this bike repaired. I only had it for a few weeks before it started to break and not work. I physically cannot change it, and I've had others look at it, and they can't change these parts either. The parts are welded.
Well, I mean, it doesn't sound as if the bike is fit for purpose, and it sounded to me as if the company needed to either refund Anna for the bike or replace the whole thing, not just send out a part and expect Anna to go and do a degree in welding before she can get it fixed. Ridiculous. Well, I went off to speak to the company concerned. Anna's back on the JVS show. Hello, Anna.
Hi, good morning.
Good morning to you. So you will recall when I spoke to this company, they came back, they said, we can confirm that Anna's complaint has been resolved to her satisfaction. She's been issued with a full refund for her purchase. We've apologised for the delay in communication. Well, that all sounded very positive, but it wasn't as straightforward as that, was it?
No, so they hadn't actually refunded me or collected the spin bike. So there was a bit of a delay.
Yes, so I went to chase them up, and this was just before I went off on my holes. And I said, what on earth's going on? Why hasn't Anna received her money? Why haven't you collected the bike? Why am I still speaking to an unhappy Anna? They came back, and they have suggested that things now have changed. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's right. So they've picked up the bike and they've given me a full refund.
Great. So it's all done, all dusted, all sorted.
All sorted. I'm so grateful to you and your team for organising this for me. You've gotten a lot done where I've been battling them for over almost a year now. So I'm just really grateful. Thank you.
Well, it's a pleasure. It's very frustrating that it did take so much time. It should have been such a straightforward thing. It did take a bit of time. However, we got there in the end. Perseverance has paid off. We will thank them very much indeed and give them the horn. If you have any other problems, you know where we are.
That's lovely. Thank you.
Talk about trees a little earlier. Someone else who's having a nightmare with trees, Tyrone, came to me some time ago. He was telling me that he got these overgrown trees at the back of his housing association property.
In 2019, I got a delivery, a hand letter, saying that the trees had damaged the wall. So informed the local authority straight again. 2020, I got another letter saying that the wall had started falling down. Now, in 2021, one of the trees has fell in my next door neighbour's garden and the other one's leaning. So at the bottom of my garden is a fence and the trees are growing between them.
Well, Tyrone was getting very, very frustrated with all of this. He was telling me that the damaged wall was leaving a gaping hole at the bottom of his garden, which backs onto a car park. He'd been speaking to the council, but wasn't really getting anywhere. So I went off to have a word with the council concerned. What's the latest on the case? Let's find out, because Tyrone's back on the JVS show. Hello, Tyrone.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, good morning to you. So as you know from my last communication with the council, which is Luton Borough Council, they came back with this. They said, we understand the concerns of the tenant and have been in discussions with him to assist in trying to resolve the issue. We are attempting to establish who owns the land and wall in question, as neither are owned by the council. On visiting the site, the tree does not appear to be causing any urgent health and safety issue at present, but we will continue to pursue this until the matter is resolved. Which was a bit frustrating. However, when they came out to visit and when you spoke to the gentleman from the council, they were a bit more encouraging. They seemed to agree with you that although they don't own the land and they're not responsible, they were prepared to do the work necessary in order for things to be sorted out, not only for you, but also for one of your neighbours as well. So that was positive. I asked you to keep me in the loop. You're back on the programme, so what's the latest? What's happening?
Well, the latest is I had a meeting with a housing association, and that one didn't go very well. All she said that I was liable for the wall. So then I had a meeting with the council, and they've come and removed the next door neighbour's tree, and hopefully today somebody will be coming to sort out a fence.
Oh, fantastic. Now, you say the next door neighbour's tree. Is that also the tree that is causing the problems for you and for the wall?
Well, that's gone now.
Yeah. Yes.
All that's there are the two stumps that are left at the bottom.
Okay, fine. But in terms of the immediate problems for you and for your ability to use your garden properly and to hopefully have the boundary repaired, that is now resolved by Luton Borough Council, yes?
Well, yeah, hopefully today someone will be coming to start sorting, putting a fence round.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm not surprised that the council have decided that they would rather put a fence up than rebuild the wall. Because as you can probably imagine, the wall, and I've seen the photos of the wall, I mean, it's just crumbled away to nothing, hasn't it?
Yeah.
Probably caused by years of the tree roots causing all kinds of damage to it. I'm not surprised that they're going to put a fence up instead, because that's obviously going to be a much easier job. And in terms of when that is done, is that then the job done and sorted out, and will you be a happy bunny?
Yeah, I will be, as soon as that's done.
Okay, fine. Well, I tell you what I'm going to do. Listen to this. Half of the horn for Luton Borough Council. Can you please let me know, did they say they're going to get it done just in one day, or is it going to take longer than that?
Hopefully it should be done within 2 days.
Right. Okay. Well, if you can please keep me posted, let me know what's going on, and we'll take it from there.
Yeah, I'd like to thank you and your team, because if you wouldn't have got involved, nothing would have been done.
Well, it's very kind of you. At this stage, we're not quite there yet. So we need to wait until the fence has all been done. As soon as that fence has been done, you'll then have a back garden that you can use. You won't any longer have the security issue of having full access to your garden through that car park, which I know what was causing the problems for you in the past. And hopefully now the tree is gone, you won't have this ongoing problem with the tree as well.
Yeah, no problem.
Lucy came to me. She was telling me that she had an old polycarbonate roof on her conservatory. It needed to be replaced, so she found a company to do the job.
They sent a survey around, and they said, yep, we can do this, 5,700, and you're paying for instalments as a deposit when the materials arrive, when the roof is erected, and then when the job is finally done. The job was supposed to take 3 days to a week. They arrived on the 19th of October, the subcontractors, and from that point, everything that could have gone wrong went wrong. And the third-party mediation company said, look, debit card dispute, can't do that. Wait for the company to cease trading, get the insurance back guarantee. Well, I can't do that because I've got water coming in, half-plastered, building materials everywhere. Third option, small claims court. Spoken to a solicitor, he said to me, well, it's a clear breach of contract, isn't it? This has been an absolute disaster. And I'm coming to you because it's a lengthy process and it's an expensive process. So I was just hoping if there might be something that you guys could do.
Well, as regular listeners to the programme will know, when I started to look into this after the programme, my heart sank. Because I've had dealings with this particular company, well, not with this company, but with the people that run this company many times before. Lucy's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lucy.
Hi.
Now, the parent company is owned by a man who I'm dealing with regarding another case. Actually, nothing to do with the conservatory, it's to do with the kitchen. But when I spoke to him, I was concerned because I know from previous conversations I've had with him, financially he tells me in a lot of trouble and is struggling financially to keep his company afloat. So that's not a great, strong position to be in. Now, regarding the company that he sold the franchise to, and therefore the company who ultimately is liable for your roof, they, I understand, after my communication with him, started to get in touch. And to be fair, before I went off on my holes, you had indeed had someone come out who had taken off quite a large part of the roof in order to expose the problems underneath, yes?
Mm-hmm, yep.
What's happened since we last spoke? Because I've heard something and I hope you have as well.
Okay, so not last week, the week before, it was Thursday. The company came back and removed the last remnants that they needed to remove, because really the box gutter needs to be stripped back for the third-party inspector to understand why the water was coming in. So they came and they removed it, all the bits I felt they could, as per the inspector's report. So I messaged the third-party mediation company and I said, look, I think they've done the best they can to remove it. Are you happy with this? I didn't hear anything, and it rained that weekend. So we got a good video of where and how the water was coming in. Tuesday last week, I then got in contact with a third-party company and I said, look, are you happy to send your inspector this month? Because they do the inspection at the end of the month. The next day they came back to me and said, yeah, we can do that. Week commencing 19th of July, we'll do it, and we'll let you know an exact date. But the inspector is asking if the company can provide him with an understanding of the structure of the roof and how the box gutter fits in the roof. So I then, Wednesday last week, asked the company, emailed them and said, look, he's asking for this, can you provide this? And that's the last, I didn't hear anything back from that. So that's the last communication I've had with them.
Right, okay. So yes, because the last response I had from the company was that as far as they were concerned, they'd done everything that was required. We are now awaiting the independent technician to go back, they say, and to assess what is required. Then we will be formally instructed precisely how the technician wants the work to be done. So they certainly seemed to be of the opinion that they'd done everything that was required of them. But you're saying that they need to be sending over this independent technician some more information about the structure of the roof.
Yes, yeah. Which I emailed with them that Wednesday. Okay,
well, as you have probably sussed, and this is fairly typical of the people that we're dealing with here, trying to keep communication going is a constant battle. Now, actually, to be fair to them, regarding your complaint, they are being far more helpful than they have been previously.
Okay.
What we need to try and do is to keep that going. And what we don't want is for the effort that they've been making so far just to fizzle out. So I think what I need to do this afternoon, now I'm back, let me contact them again, say, look, I understand this was what was requested. Your customer hasn't heard back from you. Can you please update me on what the latest is? Just keep that pressure up.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Yes.
Okay, all right. Leave it with me. I will go off and have that conversation this afternoon, Lucy, and fingers crossed we'll get some more movement on that this week. Do you remember Abby? Abby decided to purchase something very special for her husband's birthday, something she really hoped he'd enjoy.
I had ordered a 7-foot multi-game table. It's one of those tables where you can play snooker and then turn it over, and then you've got the air hockey with the fans that come on, and you put table tennis on top as well. It arrived, and, we were very excited, so we put it all together and, excited to play. And then, of course, realised that there was a wobble, which was strange because it was, quite sturdy, sort of really extremely heavy table. So, it was a bit strange that it had this horrible wobble to it. But I did sort of check on the website, yesterday to, have a look at it. And there's quite a lot of reviews saying that there is this wobble as well. The self-manager, he's confirming that there is a slight wobble on the table. However, that's just how the table comes, the consequence of the structure of the table. So he said, unfortunately, there's not really anything that they can do about it, but sort of said, we hope you can enjoy the table anyway.
Well, Abby said she can't enjoy the table. She feels as if it's just not fit for purpose. Certainly wasn't worth all the money they spent on it. So I went off to have a word with the company on Abby's behalf. She's back on the JVS show. Hello, Abby.
Good morning. How are you? How are you?
Hello, Abby. Right. So as you know, the company came back with a very long response. Now, I'm not going to go over it all again. The essence was that the company did recognise that maybe they hadn't communicated as effectively with you as they would have liked to. And for that, they apologised. However, they fundamentally disagreed with you that this product was just not fit for purpose. They said it is fit for purpose. It's meant as a fun game table. They say that, okay, it may have a wobble if you lean on one end of it, but you have to recognise this is supposed to be a fun game table, and they don't believe the fact that it has a bit of a wobble and therefore could potentially move the ball. They don't believe that that fundamentally makes it not fit for purpose. Well, you disagree with that, as we all understand. The company did say that they didn't want you to be unhappy and therefore they would be prepared, if you would like to, as a goodwill gesture, they said, to come and collect the table and give you a full refund. Now, I know, because I had further correspondence from them just before I went off on my holes, that actually they then made you another offer as well. Right. They came back and they said that we have been in touch with our customer with our unconditional offer to collect the table for a full refund. This includes us sending around a team of 2 people who can take it away without the need for her to deconstruct it, which sounds good. Yeah. Although we expect her to take the refund, as an alternative option, we have suggested that she could perhaps nominate a substantial discount to be applied in order to keep the table. Maybe with less value attributed to the table, she may feel it's more appropriate for the performance level of the product. Either way, the customer is being looked after, and I will personally oversee the process with the customer service department. So they were offering you to keep the table and just have a hefty discount on it instead, if that was something you were prepared for. Now, what have you decided to do? What have you agreed with the company?
We decided that we would have the table taken away and just get the refund.
Okay.
We thought that was because then we would be able to buy something that's a lot better suited to my husband's competitive nature.
Well, that's what I was sensing when I received that, and I fully understand their point. I mean, if they've got to send around people to your home and they're going to have to then pay to transport it all, that obviously comes at a cost. And it may well be, if they were prepared to offer you quite a substantial discount, you may have said, well, do you know what, we can keep the table at that price because it's, it doesn't really matter. But I did suspect you wouldn't take that, because I know for you it's about being able to use the table properly, and whether the table costs 50 quid or 500 quid, if you can't use it properly, it's pointless.
Yes, exactly, yeah.
So have they actually come and taken it away yet?
They did, yes. They came on Wednesday last week. They came, very, very lovely team, really friendly. They came, they dismantled the table in no time, and they took it away. And I got my refund the morning before they came. That morning before they arrived, I got my refund. So that
fantastic.
Was extremely good customer service on their behalf.
Well, yes, and I mean, in terms of how they've dealt with me since I contacted them, I cannot fault them.
Me neither.
They've responded in a really reasonable way. They obviously have been keen to make sure that their side of the story was represented, but they've been very reasonable. I think the offer that they have made you and the solution that they have come to is fantastic. So are you a happy bunny?
I'm extremely happy bunny, yes. Thank you so much for your help, yeah.
Do I thank them and give them the horn?
Oh, 110%, yeah. The communication they had with me afterwards was incredible. The way they dealt with everything was just phenomenal. I'm extremely happy, and I will definitely be back as a customer of theirs for sure.
Wow. Well, there we go. That's how to turn something around. All companies, listen carefully to that. We will thank them. We will give them the horn. Abby, any other problems, you know where I am.
Thank you so much, Davey. Thank you to you and your team.
It's a pleasure. Absolute pleasure. Thanks. Martin had booked a holiday in the UK for May of this year, and he was really, really looking forward to the holiday. But unfortunately, because of COVID, well, it ruined everything, as you may recall.
The cost of it was £720, which included insurance protection. Unfortunately, in December 2020, I was admitted to hospital. I was very unwell, and I was in there for over 4 months. Unfortunately, I had a twisted bowel. 3 operations later, I was discharged on the 9th of April. Whilst in hospital, I decided with my partner it would be best to cancel this holiday, as most probably I would not have been well enough to go on it. So my partner, who was going with me, contacted the holiday company. They explained to her that they would refund the money, that's not a problem, less £70 deposit paid. When I returned home, as you can imagine, I had a pile of 4 months' correspondence, letters. When I got through it, I found my bank statement, and I found that they had not returned the money to me, even though they said they did.
Well, the holiday company says the money was refunded onto Martin's credit card that he had used. However, and this is just one of these cases that has been made so complicated because of the method of payment that Martin had used. He'd used a credit card, to be honest, with a bank that I'd never heard of before. But he used this credit card, and the credit card company is no longer trading. Now, the holiday company are saying the money went back to the credit card company. The bank that used to run this credit card have said, no, it didn't. It was impossible for it to go back because the credit card no longer existed at that point. So what's the latest? What have I managed to get to the bottom of where that money has turned up? Well, let's find out, because Martin's back on the JVS show. Hello, Martin.
Yes, good morning, Jonathan. I hope you had a nice holiday.
I had a very nice holiday, thank you, Martin. Now, the company, and I've got to be honest, how did you even come across this bank?
It was advertising because on the internet that it gave back 0.5% cash back, and it seemed a good idea at the time, so that's why I went with them. Yeah. And I was with them. I was a customer with them for a few years.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, as you are aware, they ceased trading on the credit card side.
Yes.
And that was in February. And as you've said, that it's been going backwards and forwards. I mean, I do have some correspondence which I have received from the bank.
Well, that's interesting. Let me just quickly recap what they've said. So the bank concerned is Tandem Bank. This was a Tandem Bank credit card, was it?
Correct.
They've come back and they have said as follows. We are aware of an issue regarding a refund for a customer that was requested after our credit card offering ceased. We closed our credit card business on the 17th of February 2021 and therefore no longer have a bank identification number. As such, we, Tandem, have not received any refunds that we can transfer to the customer. In light of this, we have provided Martin with a letter to assist him with his inquiries with the merchant's bank. The merchant will have been contacted by MasterCard to inform them they need to arrange an alternative means of refunding the customer and that it should be addressed with them directly. So I presume that's the correspondence you've received from them, is it?
Yes. Do you want me to read it?
Yeah, briefly.
Okay, briefly, it says we should be in touch with our final response to your complaint by the 23rd of July. If you do not hear from us by then, you'll be able to refer your complaint to the Financial Ombudsman Service. The FOS is a free-to-use service which acts as an independent and impartial organisation to help settle disputes between consumers and financial services and businesses. And then it says if you have any questions or require further information, please contact them. That's all.
Well, it may well be that is what's going to be necessary to involve the Ombudsman. But in the meantime, we need to try and find out what's happened, because it would appear from what Tandem Bank are saying, the money didn't ever go through to them. So when an attempt was made to refund the money to your credit card that then failed, the money would have stayed in the original company's account. Now, they've said to you, have they not, that money definitely left their account?
On the 13th of April, yes.
Right. And have they checked the 14th and 15th of April just to see if the money then came back into their account?
They said the money has not come back. Otherwise, I would have got a refund from the holiday company.
Right. And do you 100% have faith that they have checked that adequately, or is there still a question mark over that?
I'm not sure, Jonathan, to be honest with you. I just really... I don't understand their well, I do understand their process, which I think is a bit mad, but... I'm not sure about that.
Well, the money must be in one of two places. If it's not with Tandem Bank, which
yes.
They say it's not, then it must be either with their bank still floating around in the ether somewhere, or it will be back in their bank account, but they haven't noticed it because it went
Correct.
out one day and then it's come back in a couple of days later. But they've had so many transactions in and out that it may well have just, not been noticed. So would you like me to now go and speak to that holiday company and just ask them to check their statement again just to make absolutely sure?
I would be very grateful. Yes, please.
Well, that's absolutely no problem. If push comes to shove, if they turn around and say, look, that money definitely did not come back into our account. We've checked, we've double-checked, we've spoken to our bank, they say the money went through, then it will be down to the Financial Ombudsman to actually ascertain where the money did go, and the Financial Ombudsman will determine who needs to pay you the money back. Yes. So I don't think you should be too concerned because I'm sure a resolution can be found, but it may well be it's going to take a bit more time.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, well, listen, let's leave it there for now, and we will talk very soon, and I'll go and make that phone call to the holiday company this afternoon. Karen was due to go on a 60s weekend in January of this year with 3 of her friends. She paid an £80 deposit, but in October of last year, she got an email to say that the trip had been cancelled.
They gave me 3 alternatives, either to have a voucher and rebook or a refund. I requested a refund because we couldn't say, the 4 of us, what would be happening in January. To date, I've had no communication from them whatsoever. I've sent them 12 emails. I've rocked up about £13 in premium number calls. When it answers, it just goes to a voicemail or a recording. And to be honest, Jonathan, I'm a bit fed up with it.
Yeah, so I'm not surprised. And I quickly became rather fed up of this as well when I started trying to assist Karen, because to begin with, I was getting exactly the same brick wall treatment. Karen's back on the JVS show. Hello, Karen.
Hello, Jonathan. I hope you've had a wonderful week off.
I've had a lovely week off. Thank you very much indeed, Karen. Now, the company concerned is Pontins.
Yep.
And I got really quite frustrated because I had sent them over all the details, didn't get any kind of acknowledgement, didn't get any response whatsoever. And I thought, you know what? They are treating me in the same way that Karen says they've been treating her, i.e. complete lack of communication. So in the end, I got a bit stroppy and contacted Pontins and said, look, you haven't responded. I am now going to be identifying you on the programme. Can you please explain what has gone on? And they then responded. They said, we can confirm that Karen has been refunded and has also been offered £13 to cover her call charges. Is that correct?
Well, it was really very funny, Jonathan, because it was that morning when I spoke to you. Something must have happened, must have triggered them off. Your emails or your contact with them, I don't know. Because later that afternoon, around about 4:30 or so, I actually got a telephone call from them to say that, yes, they were in the process of refunding my money. And as regards to £13 of premium calls, how could they reply that? Well, in at no time had I ever mentioned to Pontins how much the premium calls had cost. It was only to you and your team that I notified you of these £13. So I thought, yes, they've heard, and I thank you for that. As regards to £13 premium calls, they wanted my bank details, which was something I thought, no way was I going to give them those. They wouldn't refund them to my credit card company, and so I asked them to put it towards a charity. They said they couldn't do that they would refund it to me and I could put them towards a charity. So I left it that the £13, yes, they've got my name, they've got my booking reference, and when and if we ever decide, we had a fantastic 60s weekend, me and my 3 friends. They would hold that in abeyance and they would put that towards any future holiday booking that we would have. But all I say is thank you, Jonathan, and your team for stepping in and doing what Pontin should have done in the beginning.
Well, certainly communication wasn't great. However, we got there in the end. And I want to thank them very much indeed for doing what they have done and for making the offer of the £13 for the call charges as well. I will give them my horn. If you have any other problems, Karen, you know where we are. Michael's on the line. Hello, Michael.
Good morning.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay. I'm after a bit of advice. Basically, I purchased a stunt, watch my mouth, a stunt scooter from a retailer. Purchased it online and only cost me 25 quid. It was for my son's birthday.
What is a stunt scooter?
I have no idea. It's just a scooter as far as I'm aware, but apparently you can do stunts on it. What you can do on a stunt scooter, I'm assuming it just means you can jump up and down on curbs. I have no idea.
Okay, how old is your son?
10.
Okay. And this was a stunt scooter designed for a 10-year-old?
Yes, this is what it was. It was the description when I purchased it. So,
okay.
Yeah.
But you say it cost 25 quid?
Yeah, not massively expensive. There are more expensive, but not by much. But he came home. He uses it for school. He rides it to and from primary school, so which is quite helpful. He scoots it along. I walk the dog and take him to school, and everyone's happy. So he came home one day and he said, "It's not feeling right, Dad." I said, "What do you mean?" And he said, "It's wobbly." So I looked, and the wheel, the actual, I guess you call it the tyre, it's not the actual wheel itself, but the rubber tyre, I guess, that goes around it, has just basically disintegrated. And it was only purchased like 3.5 months ago. So I did an online chat with this company, and the guy said, "Okay, sorry, go take it to your local store and they'll do a service on it." I said, "Okay." So I duly did that, and I walked into store and I told the guy what the problem was, and I told him that this online chat person had told me to come down and I'll leave it with you and you can fix it and everyone's happy. And well, he didn't even ask to see my receipt for a start, even though I told him it was purchased in March this year. So he just sort of looked at it and said, "Yeah, it's all down to wear and tear, mate, because you've got scratches and stuff on it." I said, "Well, it's a scooter. What do you expect it to do? It's going to have scratches on it. It's been used." And he said, "Yeah, but that's wear and tear." I said, "Listen, I'll get that for about 12 months maybe, but not after 3.5 months. The thing shouldn't be disintegrating." So I said to him, "Look, all I'm looking for," the guy said you'd sort out some wheels and replace them. So he looked and he said, "No, we can't get wheels for this. They're not available." I said, "What? They're not available to get at the moment, or they're just not available, period?" He said, "They're just not available." So I said, "Right, so what do I do then?" And he said, "Well, you can go and buy them elsewhere." Didn't tell me where to look, but I looked on an online auction site. And, they're £10, £15. It's kind of almost half the cost of what this unit is worth. And I sort of said to him, "Well, I said, I'm not happy the fact that you're just blatantly, flipping it off and going, we're not prepared to do anything because it's wear and tear." I said, "That can't be wear and tear after 3 months. It's only going backwards to and from school. He doesn't use it any other time." So I rang up their customer services, I guess, and I explained the situation to them. I said I wasn't happy with his response. He was very flippant to me, to be honest. Didn't really take much interest. So I explained it to her, what had gone on. And their response was, the guy at the shop told you that the wheels aren't available and it's down to wear and tear and they're not basically prepared to do anything about it. And I sort of thought, I'll come to you and I'll ask you whether it's, can they just blatantly say, "No, tough, it's wear and tear," or is there something else I can push a bit harder and say, "Well, look, actually, this hasn't lasted as long as it should do." I get it's not a top of the range scooter.
No, I'm having a little look because I don't know anything about the world of scooters. It's about the cheapest one I can find.
Yeah. It's just cheap and cheerful, get you from A to B.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I don't know I presume these scooters, and I'm looking really for parents to offer me some advice on this today. With these scooters, would you expect them to be used every day?
Good question. I mean, I would expect it to last a little bit longer than 3.5 months.
I absolutely agree with you. 3.5 months stinks. It's absolutely pathetic, pathetically short amount of time. But what I just want to make absolutely sure of is using the scooter. How far is the journey to school and back?
10 minutes walk.
Okay, so not very much.
No, it's all tarmac all the way.
Okay, and your son's not. I mean, is he doing stunts with it?
No, we've got what he does. Well, they're putting in fibre all around the area, so they've dug up the roads and the path, and they've put lovely new tarmac down. So he just goes down a lovely new piece of tarmac. He says it's lovely and smooth. So that's all he does. And the route that we take is all pavement, tarmac. It's not pavement. There's no pavement because you can't have it anymore, can you? Because of the trip hazard. So that's all kind of gone where I live.
Yeah.
So it's all tarmac. There's nothing there that I can see that would start making the wheel disintegrate, apart from it's an inferior product that they've wrapped round the wheel.
Just bear with me 1 second. I want to bring Tara and Laura in, who are both mums, and I just want to find out whether their children would have used this kind of thing. Can I just ask you? I mean, Tara, your children are grown up now.
17 and 15, yeah.
Have they had these scooters when they were younger?
Yeah, they've had a range of different scooters, and I have to say most of them are still in the garage. They're still usable.
Are they?
Even though they've outgrown them.
Would you expect little children to use the scooter every day?
When they've had them, those scooters have definitely been used every day. On a walk, they would always say, "Can I take the scooter? Can I take the scooter? Yeah, I'll take the scooter."
Yep.
Your children are a bit younger, Laura. Would they use a scooter every day?
They wouldn't use them every day. So I've got an 8 and a 5-year-old. They've both got scooters. I paid about 50 quid for each of theirs. They've now had them 2 years, so they don't use them every day because they walk to and from school. But they would use them maybe at the weekend. And, they're sturdy. I mean, they're good. I would not even consider that anything would go wrong with the wheels. They go through shoes like anything. Replace those every couple of months. But when it comes to scooters, certainly the ones I've got, never been a problem. And actually, I don't know anyone that's mentioned it to me that has. It's not a common problem.
I definitely back that. We've even had those scooters, when you press the brakes, they send out little sparks, and I thought that would run out really, really quickly because they wear down like a stone on the back of it. And they used to spark those off all the time, and they still work.
You see, I mean, the simple fact, thank you very much for that. The simple fact is, Michael, that the Consumer Rights Act, for the first 6 months from the date of purchase, the legal obligation is on the retailer to prove that the customer has excessively used or misused the product, and that the product was, at the point of sale, of perfectly reasonable quality and would last for a perfectly reasonable amount of time. So already you are, because of the amount of time since the purchase date, 3.5 months, you're already in a stronger position than the retailer is in terms of pursuing this further.
Right.
So I definitely would not be inclined just to, at this stage, draw a line under it and move on. If it were me, I would definitely be pursuing it further with them, and I would be pushing them very hard. Okay. And I think what I would be inclined to do, what they need to know is they need to know that you know what you're talking about. So I think what I would be inclined to do is to write a letter to the head of customer services at this company and to put them on notice that, as per the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, they will be very familiar with the fact that for the first 6 months from the date of purchase, it is their responsibility to prove that this product is defective because of customer misuse. You maintain that the product is not of reasonable quality. And although you weren't necessarily expecting a scooter that would last for 5 years, you were certainly expecting it to last for longer than 3.5 months. And the fact that it has become unusable in such a short amount of time is ridiculous. And therefore, you would like to reject the goods and request either a replacement or a full refund. I think it's definitely worth, at this point, going in very firmly with that particular point. It sounds like it's probably, if your son does want to use the scooter on a daily basis, it's probably worth getting a better quality one than this.
Oh, yeah, I agree. I just thought, well, I'll try him off on this one. We'll see how we go with it. But like I said, I mean, the rest of it, the frame, everything else, okay, yes, it's got some scratches on it and it's got some dings on it. The rest of it is absolutely solid as a rock. You know, there's nothing wrong with the handles. I mean, you'd kind of expect it.
Yeah, but clearly, if the wheels... If the wheels are just disintegrating after 3.5 months, I mean, the wheels are a fundamental part of the scooter.
Exactly, yeah.
It's clearly of very poor quality. The wheels are clearly of very poor quality, and that's why it's a bit like the wheels are made of cheese. They're not made of a sturdy enough rubber to be able to withstand normal use on this product. So I think
considering go on, sorry.
No, I was going to say, considering the fact that it's only 3.5 months, I think it's definitely worth pushing it further. Would you like...
The only thing I was going to say was that it's classed as a stunt scooter. So, I mean, you know, unless they're, you know, you can't... It's got to have some form of resilience if it's going to be used for stunts, whatever you do on a scooter with stunts. But, yeah, there you go.
Well, it has. I mean, the one thing I would say from a general perspective, I'm getting a lot of complaints on this programme now about some really, really poor quality stuff that is being sold in this country. We seem to have a lot of retailers that are importing very cheap rubbish. Most of it is coming from China, I'm afraid to say. And it's just cheap Chinese rubbish that is just not of good quality. And I would just urge all consumers, just be aware of that. Don't assume that because a retailer in the UK is selling the product that it must be, you know, pretty good. If it looks quite cheap, the chances are it's cheap because it is a load of old rubbish that's been imported. So make sure you do your homework on products. Look at what other people are saying. And if it's a case of just spending a bit extra to get something good quality, I know that money's tight, but if it's a case of just spending that little bit extra to get something better quality, spend the bit extra, because otherwise you're just, apart from anything else, you're now in a situation where, for the sake of 25 quid, you've now got all this hassle and this nightmare.
Yeah, I know.
You know, if you'd spent another 25 quid and if you'd bought a £50 scooter, the chances are the scooter would be perfectly good. It would be, you know, you wouldn't have any of this hassle to deal with.
Possibly.
You know, so... Listen, I think what I would be inclined to do, contact the retailer now, explain that you've taken some advice and that you are now aware of the fact that you're in a very strong position, and as per the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, you reject that this product is of reasonable quality, you reject that it's lasted for a reasonable amount of time, and you would like the company to deal with it. And if they start saying, oh, well, you need to have a report carried out, no, you don't. They do. Okay. Because it's within the first 6 months. So the legal responsibility is on them. Now, to be honest with you, Michael, they would be absolutely balmy if they don't just say to you at some point, oh, OK, we'll give you another scooter. Or, here, have 25 quid towards another scooter. Here's a £25 voucher with us. Use it for another scooter. They would be balmy. Because for them to have a report carried out by someone independent is going to cost considerably more than 25 quid. And there is a strong chance that it will come back and state that the rubber used on those wheels is just a load of nonsense. So I just don't think they're in a very strong position at all. So if I were the manager of the shop, I would be saying, oh, right, OK. We tried to send this customer away, but he's clearly not going to go away quietly, so let's just give him 25 quid.
Yeah, I apparently had a response from the manager via the customer service email that said that I was advised of everything that the guy said, and that the fact that they're literally seriously saying, oh, it's down to wear and tear. I said, what? Because it's got a few dings and scratches on it. You know, I mean, it's a scooter. What do you expect? So yeah, that was the quote, the manager's response back to customer services, who then emailed me, which I then emailed to you and say, look, this is the response they've given you. So it was a bit I mean, I don't mind going back to them again. It's not a problem.
I tell you what is probably a good idea. You contact them in writing today and formally reject the goods as per our discussion. And what I will do is I will also contact them today. I will explain that I've had the conversation with you. I have advised you to do just that. And I would like to know from them how they're going to respond to you. I think that will probably just be a little bit of extra assistance for you at this stage, yeah?
Yeah, that's great. I appreciate that. Thank you very much, Jonathan.
OK, Michael, no problems. I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and I'll just drop them a quick line this afternoon to let them know that's what's going to happen, and we will watch with great interest. Andrew wears contact lenses. They're not the kind that you dispose of every day, so he relies on a certain contact lens solution to clean them and store them overnight. But all of a sudden, he can't get this stuff anywhere.
Where the trees overhang.
Oh, hang on a minute, that's not Andrew. Where is Andrew? Andrew's here.
When I first started making inquiries, I thought, OK, well, maybe they're just out of stock or whatever, and it's a short-term solution. But the longer it's gone on, it does raise a few questions. And I say, to find the press release, you've got to look pretty hard. It talked about all the liquids being recalled for a security safety issue, but nothing about when they're going to be replaced. I've been to all the big supermarkets where I live, and all the shelves are empty. So, yeah, it's not just me. I'm sure there are lots of other people. I can't even buy them online. Fortunately, the bottle I've got is not affected, but that's only going to last me maybe another 2.5, 3 weeks. My cleaning solution, I've just about run out.
Well, this is most peculiar. I went off to try and find out what's going on with this contact lens solution, and it would appear Andrew's not alone in having had this experience. He's back on the JVS show. Hello, Andrew.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning. The company concerned that manufactures this particular cleaning solution you use is a company called Bausch & Lomb.
Yeah, that's right.
They came back with this. They said Bausch & Lomb was notified by a third-party supplier in Milan, Italy, of a compliance issue with its sterilisation process. As a result, we are conducting a voluntary recall of selected lots of contact lens solution, eye wash and eye lubricant products. We expect availability of impacted products to be intermittent until September 2021, while the supply is built back up in the marketplace. Now, none of that was particularly helpful for you because, of course, you need the stuff. You said you had managed to get, the last remaining bottle in the UK. However, you were about to run out of that and you really needed some more stuff.
That's right.
Well, I was given some information about a certain optician that has a slightly different product. It's not the Bausch & Lomb product, but it's a product that hopefully would still be compatible with your particular type of contact lenses. And you made contact with them, and I think they did have some in stock, didn't they?
Yeah, they did. But at the time, they were not happy to give it to me till I'd spoken to my own optician that I could change liquids.
And you can understand why, because if you ended up putting your contact lenses in their solution and then they just dissolved or something, exactly. I mean, you'd go after them. And how much are the contact lenses? They're quite expensive.
The lenses, so they last me 2 years, so they're about £160 a pair, but they last me for about 2 years.
Blimey.
And then the liquids are, it's usually £5 a bottle.
Yeah.
So which will me about 6 weeks.
So you can understand from their perspective why they would not want you to go and, buy a £5 or £7 bottle of stuff from them that ends up in some way damaging the lenses, and they've then
or damaging my eye.
Or damaging your eyes, more importantly, absolutely. Yeah. So you checked with your optician. Your optician said, that should be fine, that particular product. But then your optician also suggested that, in fact, they may have some as well that you can use.
I had a bottle of my Bausch & Lomb solution from them, which was their last one. Mm-hmm. So I went back to the different branch of the opticians you'd spoken to, mm-hmm. And went in and spoke to a very helpful late contact lens specialist there yesterday, mm-hmm. Who has said, yes, the stuff they've got I can use. It's a slightly different regime for doing it because it's one liquid rather than two. So I've now got a couple of bottles which will take me through, hopefully, till the supply of my normal liquids come back in September. But if not, she actually said she had she'd over-ordered, so there's quite a lot of this stuff in this particular branch. So I know where to go if I need any more later on.
Oh, right. Well, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
And did she say whether they have had a lot of people coming to them to say, oh, we can't get hold of this solution, have you got any?
No, in fact, she said that people who wear my type of lenses are increasingly in the minority.
I was going to say, weekly or daily
disposables.
I'd fully expected that we would have lots of calls from people saying, can you please tell us where this particular optician's is? Because I thought a lot of people would be in the same position. We haven't had a lot of people requesting that information, so I do wonder whether actually most people wear the disposable kind of lenses that don't need this liquid.
Maybe, but my particular eye condition, I've never been able to wear soft disposables. I've had to wear the gas permeables that they do me a couple of years at a time, so I shall carry on doing that.
Well, it's probably for that reason that this news story about the shortage of this particular product in the country has not necessarily been as big as some of us had imagined in the first place it would be. But there we go. So you've got enough of the stuff now to keep you going?
I have indeed, yes, thank you.
Great stuff. OK, lovely. Well, we will thank very much indeed the optician who has managed to get you some of this liquid for your contact lenses. If anybody listening to the programme does have the issue and they are also short of this liquid, give us a bell and we'll tell you where you can get some as well.
Thank you very much, Jonathan. Thanks for your help.
We'll leave it there. We will thank them. We'll give them the horn. Any other problems, you know where we are. And can you do me a favour? Can you also just let me know when the original stuff is back on the shelves?
Yeah, of course I will.
Thank you very much. Sarah, during lockdown, Sarah's suite fell to pieces. It was so bad she couldn't wait for when she could get back into a store and buy some replacement furniture. So she chose and purchased some from a retailer that she respects. This was back on the 8th of February. She felt confident the stuff would be good from them. 2 sofas duly arrived, but unfortunately the second part of her order didn't. Although she had noticed an initial discrepancy with it.
My online order said 3 items when I'd only ordered 2. Anyway, didn't think anything of it, and they said that they could deliver the armchair and footstool within 5 weeks. I thought that was absolutely brilliant. But a few hours later, they cancelled the delivery. I was told that they hadn't arrived at their dispatch, and I spoke to somebody in customer services, and she noticed this computer glitch, and she said because dispatch are waiting for 3 items and only 2 turned up, they won't deliver unless they can see the 3rd item. So I'm going to have to cancel your order and put it back in again, and I'll put some notes on the system. It will mean that you're going to have to wait until the 7th of May to get those 2 items. 6th of May, I get a notification saying, sorry, we're going to cancel your delivery. And I said, well, when will it be delivered? They said, we don't know because we don't know where it is.
Well, Sarah was very frustrated with all of this and she felt as if she was being messed around by the company. So I contacted them to try and get things sorted. And I believe Sarah should now be a much happier bunny. Let's hope so. Fingers crossed. She's on the line. Hello, Sarah.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Sarah. So originally the company were planning to get you a new armchair and a new footstool, and it should all be absolutely fine. That all went wrong. Their attempts to do that went wrong again. And in the end, you said to me, do you know what? I've had enough of this. I've had enough. I just want them. Forget the footstool. Cancel that. Just come and collect the armchair, give me my money back, and I'll go and buy an armchair from someone else. You were saying, thank goodness, the armchair, it didn't actually match the rest of the suite, did it? It was a kind of a feature armchair.
Yeah, it was going to match the footstool. So when the footstool couldn't come, there wasn't much point in keeping the armchair.
Exactly. So you could just go and buy another armchair and matching footstool from somewhere else instead. And you were so fed up that that's what you wanted to do. Now, the company said they were prepared to facilitate that. What's the latest since we last spoke, Sarah? Are you now all sorted out?
We're all sorted. We got our money back. We also got a voucher because they accepted that they'd really messed up on this occasion. So we got a really good voucher, and thanks to you, really, and it all got resolved. We've ordered something from another company, and that's meant to be coming next week, so fingers crossed.
Yeah, fingers crossed. What? Just out of interest, how much was the voucher for that they gave you by way of apology for messing you around?
They gave me £100.
Fantastic. Well, that's better than a slap round the face of the wet fish, isn't it?
Well, exactly.
Yes, well, as you say, I mean, let's just hope that the new footstool and new armchair from somewhere else is lovely quality and you don't have similar kinds of problems when it's delivery day for that.
Yes, hope so. Fingers crossed. We think it's all going to be okay because they've been in regular communication and it all sounds like it's on track.
Good. Well, it's a shame you had the previous experience, but fingers crossed that's now the end of it. Shall we thank the retailer, the original retailer, very much for getting things sorted and putting you in this position where you can go and order one from another shop? Shall I give them my horn?
I think you should give them your horn.
Lovely. OK. Well, thank you very much indeed, Sarah. Any other problems, you know where we are.
Will do. Thank you so much for your help, Jonathan.
Now, Lisa moved into a housing association bungalow a couple of years ago. Now, this bungalow was suitable, particularly for her son, who has a disability. But there's a big problem with the trees growing on what's called no man's land at the back of her property locally.
Where the trees overhang, it literally stops the grass from growing. So we have no grass in the garden whatsoever. And where the trees are, there's birds in there that deposit their boughs out onto the garden. So he can't even crawl out there because he will get bird's muck on his hands. You just literally cannot use the garden. The Housing Association are not taking responsibility for it. They have said that they will send a surveyor out, which they did, and he said that they are a health and safety hazard. They need to be cut, but they're not doing anything about it.
So, someone surely has got to take responsibility for the trees. Lisa's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Lisa.
Hi, Jonathan.
Lisa, after our discussion, I had a little look through the file, and you have very kindly sent in some photographs of the trees. Wow. What I mean, I don't know, is this just one tree or multiple trees? Because if it's one tree, what a whopper.
No, it's actually multiple trees. It goes all along my fence.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm looking at, just to describe for listeners, is a tree. It looks a bit like, is it a conifer tree or something like that? Looks like a conifer.
Yeah, there's hundreds of conifer trees. Well, not hundreds. There's quite a few conifer trees along that row.
The conifer tree is so enormous. I mean, it looks as if it is about double the height of the house. And then the actual branches of the conifer tree protrude halfway down your garden. So it looks from this photo, it might be even more than that, but it looks as if the branches, they're only about, 1.5 meters away from touching the house?
Yes, they're not that far away from touching it.
No. So in terms of blocking out the light, I can absolutely see that the entire back of your property is completely plunged into a shadow with this massive, great big tree. So it's very clear something needs to be done about it, and it's so frustrating when whoever is responsible for trees doesn't take adequate responsibility. Now, I've been off to have a word with the Housing Association that ultimately has the responsibility for you and for your property. They are Clarion Housing, and they've come back with this response. We absolutely appreciate the inconvenience the trees are causing. The trees in question are not on land owned by Clarion or Luton Borough Council. Having made inquiries with the land registry, this land is not registered with them. So while we work to identify ownership, we are only able to carry out works up to our property boundary. We have historically maintained the branches, which are over our land, up to our boundary, to minimise inconvenience for Lisa as much as possible. And we have arranged for the overhanging branches to again be cut back to the boundary fence, with a provisional date of the week commencing the 23rd of August, following checks to ensure there are no birds nesting. Now, has anyone been in touch with you just to confirm that, Lisa?
Yes, they actually rang me the day after, so it would have been Tuesday, to inform me that the week commencing the 23rd of August, that they would be starting work on the trees to cut them back to the boundaries.
It's just so frustrating because, I mean, OK, great. They are going to cut those branches back, which in terms of the immediate overhanging branches to your garden and your property, that will, I presume, resolve the matter, yeah?
Yes, it will. It will allow my son to be able to go out in the garden. So literally it can all be grassed again, so he can go out there. There won't be any bird muck on the ground or anything.
Yeah.
But they need to maintain them. That's the problem.
Well, they need to maintain them. And the other problem is that what it's not going to do, and what it would appear they are not in a position to be able to do, is to take the top of the tree off. And the tree is just going to get taller and taller and taller. And all the time, I mean, apart from anything else, I would have thought there's the potential that the roots from this tree may well be causing problems with the property, because it's huge.
So far I haven't had any problems with the property regarding the roots, but they are going to get bigger, and as the branches get weaker, so obviously with gale force winds, the branches fall onto the houses.
Mm-hmm.
So they do need to do something about the height of the trees, because if a branch comes down, it's going to do damage to one of the houses.
Yeah, but I'm telling you now, looking at the photos of this tree, the height of the tree is double the height of the house. The roots to that tree, or those trees, will be all underneath your property. So it may well be at the moment, and the other thing that is worth just noting is that Leylandii trees and conifer trees in particular, I gather, can be very thirsty trees, and they can suck a lot of moisture out of the land. Now, it may well be that at the moment your property and the others along there are not suffering with any kinds of problems, but if someone doesn't maintain these trees and make sure that the height of them is kept in check, it may well start to cause some subsidence problems. Now, that's not necessarily your concern because you don't own the property, but it should be the concern of Clarion Housing because they ultimately own the buildings. And if the buildings all start sinking because all of the moisture has been sucked out of the ground and the roots are all underneath and playing havoc with the foundations of the properties, you're going to have a right old mess, aren't you? So I would very much hope they are, and they certainly suggest in their statement they're trying to find out who owns the land. Somebody needs to take responsibility for it. And somebody needs to, if possible, I mean, I think maybe just removing the trees altogether would be a better idea than just cutting them back, because they're just going to keep getting bigger and bigger, and it's going to cause problems to the property. The main positive at the moment is that at least they're going to do something that is going to assist you on a temporary basis, i.e. cutting those branches back. But you're quite right, we need to make sure that they stay on top of it and that this is something that is done going forward. Can you please keep me in the loop and let me know what happens? We will ensure that towards the end of August that work is indeed carried out, and we'll take it from there, yeah?
Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. I will keep you in the loop of what's going on.
Lindsay's on the line. Hello, Lindsay.
Hi.
Hello. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
I'll do my best. I think with like the majority of the country, we had a flight booked last year, but it was an internal flight to Edinburgh. And I'd used loyalty points to book the flight. And obviously it got cancelled with everything else last year. And they dealt with it really well, so I can't complain. They gave us vouchers straight away, and that was fine. But then this year, because my partner's from Barcelona, we wanted to go to Barcelona, and I used the vouchers to pay for the flight out there. But there was a slight difference in price, because obviously we're going to Edinburgh now, we were going to go to Barcelona, but actually it was only a £38.50 difference, and I was absolutely happy to pay that. So I used my debit card to pay for this difference of £38.50. And the next day, when I went onto my bank app, I actually realised that along with the £38.50, there was a secondary payment to the same airline with the exact same reference in my bank app for £100. So there was a £38.50 payment and then a secondary payment for £100. So I phoned the airline, and obviously with all these things, you end up in a massive queue and it takes forever. And I got through and I said about this secondary payment, and they said, well, they cannot see it on their system anywhere. So there is no recollection, like there's no sign of it So they said what will normally happen if there's something like that, it will drop off my bank account. It won't get charged. It won't go through because it wasn't a proper payment. And they said if I was concerned, I could phone my bank and do a chargeback. And I'd never heard of that, if I'm honest. And I was like, okay, I'll wait, because they said to wait 3 to 5 days. So I waited, and then 5 days later, I checked again, and it definitely come out. So the £38.50 come out, and the £100 had come out. So I phoned the airline back and said, look, it's definitely come out. Can I be refunded this £100? Because I never gave authorisation for that £100, only for the £38.50.
Just out of interest, the total price, do you know what it was, or is it difficult to work out what it was because you were using vouchers?
Because I was using vouchers and it was based on loyalty points, there's no way to know what it should have been. All I was told, it was £38.50. That's all I had to pay, and I don't know any other costs that it would have been. So again, so they looked on the system. They could not find this £100 anywhere. There is no recollection of it in their system. So they said they could not refund it because they can't see it. So they told me to send them a PDF of my bank statement with that payment, but at the same time, talk to my bank, and the bank can do a chargeback. So that's what I did. I hung up. I phoned my bank. I explained the situation, and they said, well, we'll do a chargeback on it, but obviously they'll do an investigation into it. So they'll give me my £100 back, but they'll do an investigation. And if they contact the airline and they decide that it was a payment, then they will take that £100 back. So I thought, fine, all sorted. We went away on our trip, and I came back to find a letter from the bank saying that actually they'd done their investigations and it wasn't a duplicate payment, which I could have told them at the start that it wasn't duplicate because it was a separate amount to the £38.50. It was £100. So they said they had to take the money back from me. So they debited, they'd taken the money back. So obviously I phoned the airline, and you go from one queue to another, and because it's not on their system and because it's not linked to a particular flight, everyone passes you on saying it's not to do with their department. And that just kept happening. So I've spent 13 hours on the phone trying to sort this out.
Oh, no.
Literally, no one can tell me what this payment is for. They can only think that it might be linked to two £50 charges for changing a flight. But obviously, when they look at what I've done, it's not a change of flight. It's using vouchers to buy another flight.
But what is very strange, and we were dealing with a very similar case yesterday, actually, regarding a hotel company and a credit card company. And the money had been refunded in this case, but seemed to have just vanished into this electronic ether. And the credit card company was saying, no, the money never came back to us. And the hotel company was saying, well, we definitely refunded it and we don't have the money still in our account anymore. It's almost as if the same kind of thing has happened, but in reverse for you. That money has been taken from your account, but the airlines say, well, it's not in our account. We never received that money. We didn't take that money. So your money is obviously floating around somewhere. How frustrating. But in a situation like that, you would really expect your bank to solve the problem.
So again, when I spoke to the bank about it, they gave me a specific, I forgot what they called it. They gave me like a proper ID number for the payment to take to the airline. So I was then, because they then said that the airline would be able to track the payment with this number.
Is it an IBAN number?
I don't know if it was an IBAN. I literally can't remember what they called it, I'm afraid.
Okay, yeah.
I gave that information, but still it seems that the airline are struggling to locate it. But they did, so when eventually I did get through to someone who then finally apologised at the airline. I did finally get an apology. And they had told me off for doing a chargeback from the bank, because then apparently I'm then potentially money laundering. So I actually told them that I'd only done the chargeback on the advice on 2 separate occasions from the airline.
Yeah, okay.
And so then they told me I had to phone back 7 weeks later once, because then they can properly look at it again, and because then money laundering is off the table. And I was just furious at this point. And I told them that they had to phone me back, but the guy basically was going to be on holiday and said he couldn't phone me back at that period of time, so I need to contact them.
Listen, Lindsay, can you leave it with me? What I will do is I will contact the airline for you this afternoon. Let me explain the situation. Let's find out why you've been left in this position. If the bank are absolutely insistent that money definitely went into the airline's account, I don't understand why they haven't just paid you £100 and apologised for all the mucking around. I mean, it's ridiculous. OK, can you leave it with me? I will pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail and we'll go and have a word with them this afternoon for you, OK? Now, Sandra came to my programme while I was off last week, and she was telling Justin that she wanted to get internet in her property in October of last year. She found a deal online, but when she received the paperwork and she looked through it all, she realised it wasn't what she thought it would be. So within 24 hours, within the permitted time frame to cancel, she did just that.
I informed the original company straight away. It was the following day, and I thought that was the end of it. But since then, I've been billed several times. They have sent it to a debt collecting agency. I've spent hours on the phone trying to explain it to people. I've done live chat. There's been emails sent backwards and forwards. They send me code to say that they're looking into it. I got a letter actually back from a CEO of the company, which was a short letter printed saying, click on the link below and reply to this email with your password, with your second, fourth and sixth digits. Obviously, I haven't got an account. This has been going on since October of last year and I'm getting absolutely nowhere.
Well, poor Sandra, so frustrated. As I say, this case came in last week, so I know Justin went off to have a word with the broadband company, and they promised they were going to get things sorted out. But what's the latest? What's happened? Let's find out, because Sandra's back on the JVS show. Hello, Sandra.
Good morning, JVS.
Oh, Sandra, this sounds like one of those very, very frustrating situations. Now, I understand the company have been in touch with you. What have they said?
They have finally. They sent me an email on Wednesday confirming that the outstanding balance has now been cleared and I'm not going to be liable for any further charges. And that the line, well, the account is now fully disconnected. So that's a great step forward. That's amazing. I might receive a zero balance in the future. Just to show that there's nothing coming from that account, but they said that they've removed all the negative markers from my file. That might take up to 60 days to show, so I'm still a little bit on tenterhooks.
Yes.
That's been a good bit of feedback.
And I don't wish to be a voice of doom and gloom around here, but based on my years of dealing with this kind of problem, I think you're very sensible to be cautious. Now, I presume have got a copy of what they said to you.
I have, yes, yeah.
Keep it, please. Do not delete that email. Do not remove any kind of assurance from them that they've sorted the problem. Only because something tells me that you might have further problems down the line. And the reason being, most of these kinds of systems are all computer generated and they're all done in a kind of automated system, as you've probably already experienced yourself.
Yes.
And they are very often difficult to override by a human being. And sometimes we have found that even when a human being does override it, it can decide to restart itself a few months down the line. So just be very aware of the fact that you need to just keep an eye on any posts or emails that are coming into you from this company. Keep checking, as you should always do, your credit history just to make sure that there's nothing that's going on there as a black marker. And let's just keep fingers crossed that, in fact, they have done what they say they've done and they've cancelled this now and you're not going to be bothered by them again. What shall I do? Shall I give them half of the horn for the assurance they've given? Or do you want me to...
I think just half at the moment.
I think so. I think, yeah, let's just... I've dealt so many times in the past with these kinds of things where, unfortunately, they keep on rearing their head. That you see, that will teach you to go wanting to switch your broadband supplier, won't it?
That will indeed.
I know. So many times you think, why have I done this? Why have I created this complete nightmare for myself? Now look, listen to this. It's half of the horn. They will get the rest as soon as you confirm that indeed everything is fine and you're being left alone by them, OK?
Lovely. Thank you, JVS. And I'd like to thank Justin as well and all the team, because it's taken you, a fraction of the time. So, like I say, that was going back since October, and it's been a complete nightmare. So thank you to everybody.
Well, it's a pleasure. Do just keep, please, that paperwork, because unfortunately the broadband provider has not come back to us with a confirmation of that. So we don't have anything from our end that we can keep on file. So make sure you keep it by way of the promise that they've made to you in case they do come after you again, OK?
OK, thank you. I'll do that.
All right. Thank you, Sandra. All the best. To a case that so many of you have been following with great interest and, to be honest, with great horror as well. Tom came to me. He was telling me that he and his family were moving from their home in Hertfordshire down to Devon on June the 24th. They'd booked a removals company that had quoted them just under £4,000 to do the job.
We had a full packing service that came on the 23rd to pack us all up and move us all out. On the 24th, they arrived, and it became apparent during the day that they'd underestimated the volume, even though they'd sent a surveyor around to see the whole house and take photographs of everything. And the first we knew was at 6:30 that evening, we got a call from the company who said that they were taking all our stuff and putting it into their storage facility, and it wasn't actually coming down to Devon. We've ended up moving down here because we had nowhere else to go, and we spent 5 days sleeping on the floor, because we have absolutely nothing. We only had the clothes we were standing in at the time. The last email we have from them was on last Friday in about 3:30 in the afternoon, saying that they would get some essentials down to us within 48 hours. That's obviously passed on Sunday, and we still haven't heard from them.
So where are Tom's belongings? We are now 3 weeks on, and Tom and his family still do not have any of their stuff. This company, it would appear, has taken his stuff into a storage facility in London. They are maintaining that Tom needs to pay a lot more money than he originally thought he was going to be paying in order to get his goods, and they're now, it would appear, also asking him to sign up to all kinds of contracts that in effect mean that Tom will never be able to take any further action against this particular company. What on earth is the latest on the case? Tom's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Tom.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning to you. So, you and I have had numerous conversations, both on air and off air, and I should just point out to a lot of people, because every time we discuss your case, we get, as you can probably imagine, a lot of people saying, why haven't you done this? Why haven't you done that? A lot of these things have been done, a lot of things are going on behind the scenes, and a lot of those things, for very obvious reasons, I'm not going to go into details about on the programme, because I don't want to jeopardise things. What we can talk about is the fact that initially, you had said to this man who runs the removals company, we are only referring to him as Alex, he appeared on the programme, as you know, week before last, where he maintained that the reason that you and him are now in this position, he says that you misled his surveyor when his surveyor came out to your property. He maintains that you told the surveyor you were downsizing and you were only going to be taking 1/3 of the possessions he could see in that house. Now, you say that's absolutely not the case. Why would you ever tell him that? You weren't downsizing. You're moving from a 4-bedroom house to another 4-bedroom house. You have a wife. You have 2 daughters. You're not downsizing. So why would you ever have told a company that they were only going to be taking 1/3 of the stuff when, in fact, you wanted everything in the house to be taken? But he maintains that that was the conversation, and that's why, also following conversations with you that were recorded, where, to be honest, you did make a mistake, did you not? Because you referred on the phone to 3 3.5-ton vehicles, rather than what actually you meant was 3 7.5-ton vehicles. But why would you know? You're a layperson. You're not supposed to know about the size of vehicles. I mean, I wouldn't know what the difference between a 3.5-ton and a 7.5-ton was anyway, other than one's bigger than the other.
Yeah, the volumetrics of that, I wouldn't know at all. I'm just following the logic of what Alex is arguing. Actually, that if you were to say that they came round to the house and they thought we were leaving 2/3 of our stuff behind, if you follow that progression through, they actually knew the volume that we had in our house, and so if you follow that through further, they've underquoted, and you have to say deliberately.
Well, he maintains that they didn't do it deliberately. He says they were told that you only wanted to take 1/3 of your goods. They quoted just under £4,000 to take 1/3 of your goods. On the day, it transpired you wanted to take all of your goods, which meant that they then had to get, he says, 9 3.5-ton vehicles. The stuff took far longer to pack up, and it's for that reason that he now, well, initially he was asking you for £12,000 in order to deliver your goods. He's subsequently reduced that to £10,000 to deliver the goods. But as I have said to you, and we had the conversation yesterday, I still believe it would be a better idea, rather than paying him £10,000 for him to deliver your stuff down to Devon, I still believe it would be a better idea for you to get a price from him to be able to go to the storage facility with another removals company, and to get the price for what he's done so far and the storage of those goods, get another company to pick them up from London and transport them down to Devon. Even if that ends up costing more money, I just potentially see all kinds of further problems if that company is then used to transport the stuff from the storage facility in London down to Devon. And based on the nightmare you've had so far, if, for example, some of your items end up being damaged during that journey, or if some of your items are missing, I just foresee just an elongation to this complete nightmare scenario. Indeed. Now, I know that after our conversation yesterday, you have written to him to say that you would now like a price for that. What I was rather interested in, I saw the email that he sent you this morning, rather than just sending you over a price, an invoice, outlining how much he would ask for in order for you to turn up at the storage facility with another company and collect the stuff, he's now talking about how he's got solicitors who are drafting a final agreement for both parties to sign. He says, our solicitors are currently drafting the final agreement for both parties to sign. This will cover both options should your plans change again. They have assured me this will be complete by the end of play tomorrow, so that's Friday afternoon. So I hope we can sign and finalise this over the weekend. Collection from storage can take place any day between Monday the 19th and Thursday the 22nd. After this period, there will be storage costs incurred on a daily basis, as this will be past the 4-week mark that your items have been in storage.
That we didn't ask to go into storage in the first place.
No, quite. He then goes on to say you have the full storage centre address details, which indeed he seems to have provided on this email. There are no barriers to you obtaining a quotation from other companies. I'm happy to liaise with them should they have any technical questions or require any further information. So it's very clear that he is certainly in this response, he is keen to appear businesslike and to be providing a solution to the problem. However, what concerns me somewhat is what is going to be included in this final agreement that he's asking you to sign. So far, he's already made it clear to you that any agreement to get your stuff back will mean that you are not allowed to ever identify his company in a negative light, leave a bad review for his company. You are not allowed... in effect, it's a completely binding agreement that says you can never tell people what happened to you.
Yeah.
Now, as I mentioned...
That worries me as well.
Yeah. As I mentioned to you yesterday, I really feel as if you need some legal advice. Now, I'm speaking to a solicitor who has kindly agreed on a pro bono basis to have a look at the situation. She has been very honest and said, I can't give any guarantees, but I'm happy to have a look at the situation just to see what my legal advice would be for Tom. So I think we will definitely, any agreement we will want to run past her before you go agreeing to anything at all. In the meantime, We've had a lot of companies contacting the programme and individuals who have suggested other people who could come and collect the stuff for you from London and then transport it down to Devon. And I'm very happy to pass those details on to you after the programme today. I gather you've also spoken to a company who have been very helpful in terms of being able to transport the stuff for you as well. So there are some positive options on the table. Yep. I was also put in touch yesterday following some of my investigation with an organisation called Move Assured, which is a trade organisation that represents accredited removals companies. And I'm very pleased to say that John Sargent is from Move Assured and he's on the other line now. Hello, John.
Hello, John.
Thank you very much indeed for coming on. So you represent a large number of removals companies. I should point out the removals company we are discussing and we are investigating at the moment is not a member of yours. In fact, they are not a member of any trade organisation whatsoever. And I presume, John, that should be the first note of caution when you're looking for a removals company.
It should indeed. Now, all of our members, I mean, I've got a list of what they have to go through to be a member. I'll just run very quickly through that. So they have to have a website that shows a professional, true image of their vehicles. They have to have an acceptable level of great reviews. They have to become VAT registered if they're required. They have to have an O licence if they're operating HGVs. We check their goods in transit insurance. We check their public liability. We check their T's and C's. We check all of the paperwork they provide. Now, this doesn't mean that a company that is not a member is not as good. There are many, many very good companies that are not members. But if they are a member of any of the reputable trade organisations such as Move Assured, it gives an added blanket. Now, one of the things that most people look at is reviews. Our reviews they come through us. We verify them. They are all absolutely genuine. It is very, very easy to create Google fake reviews.
Well, and I was going to mention the company that we are investigating, there are a large number of positive reviews about them. Some of those reviews, when you scratch beneath the surface, appear to be from people who, for some reason, have been moved by this company in the United States of America and elsewhere around the world. Now, that, of course, should ring an alarm bell. There are also some negative reviews about this company that have suggested that when they have left a negative review, they've then been threatened with legal action by the company and told. There are hindsight is a wonderful thing, but there are certainly some alarm bells that are ringing when you start to look at some of the reviews and look deeper into those reviews. In terms of the situation that Tom and his family find themselves in, I know because you and I had a long conversation yesterday, you feel that if this were to go to court, the fact that the surveyor visited Tom's property and assessed all of his goods, you feel puts Tom in a strong position, John?
Well, somehow in their paperwork, if Tom said, I am only taking a third of the volume, somewhere in the paperwork it should reflect it, because it is a complete grey area of otherwise he said, she said.
Now, I have put to this particular company, can they please provide me with the written evidence that they did indeed get instruction from Tom before he moved that he only wanted to take a third of his possessions? They have not provided any evidence to suggest that that was in any way documented.
The normal situation would be the surveyor will arrive. He won't necessarily list everything, but as an experienced surveyor, he will make notes and he will calculate the volume. So he will then, from that, know the volume that his vehicles will hold and provide the correct vehicles. Now, if that whole household isn't going, then what he should definitely do is do an inventory of what is going, because otherwise it's very, very difficult to just, for the householder to say, we're only taking a third, because the householder isn't a trained surveyor. The householder has got no idea of volumes and vehicles. The surveyor has.
So the onus is on the professional company to make sure that they document essential elements to the contract, such as the fact that only a third of the possessions are going to be taken. It's not down to the customer to have done that.
No. And if the whole house is going, fine. But if a third is going, when the removal crew get there, who's to decide when the third would end? It's so grey and foggy.
Well, Tom says
an inventory.
Tom says it didn't happen anyway. I mean, it was never. Why, from a logical perspective, if you are moving your family from a 4-bedroom house to another 4-bedroom house, in what way would it benefit you as a customer to mislead the removals company into suggesting you're only going to take a third of your stuff? Because surely you're leaving yourself in a position where on the day they're going to turn up with a vehicle or vehicles that are too small to collect all your stuff.
Absolutely. And it always comes back to the professional company will recognise that the average householder knows very little about removals. The average householder won't know the questions to ask and the answers to give. The professional estimator is trained in that.
Now, I know I briefed you yesterday on the situation that we are in. Would you agree with my assessment that the best thing to do at this stage now, even if ultimately financially it ends up costing Tom more, is to organise for a separate, good, reputable removals company that are properly insured to collect the goods from the storage facility in London and then transport it down to Devon?
I absolutely would, and even if for no other reason, for Tom's mental health and stress levels. Because things have gone awry so badly up to this point, he will not sleep easy until the goods are delivered, unloaded, checked, etc. Whereas if we can facilitate, we've got some Move Assured members that could do it. I've already got a guide price, and Tom would then sleep easy knowing that a true professional accredited by Move Assured would be undertaking his move.
And are you able to give us a rough idea of cost to take the stuff from London down to Devon, John?
No, I would rather do that off air to Tom, if that is okay.
That's absolutely fine, yeah, absolutely. But this would be from one of your members who, because the other thing that hadn't occurred to me yesterday, and of course this is something that needs to be factored into all of this, is that because the items have now gone into London and are in a storage facility in London, am I right in saying that if you're going to start taking great big lorries and proper removals vehicles into London, you have to pay extra charges for that?
You only do if your vehicles are not LEZ compliant. The company that I'm considering, all of their vehicles are LEZ compliant, so there is no extra charges for taking them into London.
Okay.
And can I just add that we don't know exactly the volume. Tom wouldn't know volume anyway, but with the original of 3 7.5s, I would actually say even that was quite low. And how many Lutons was it?
Was it 9, Tom?
We think it's 9. We lost track on the day, to be honest.
And I should just point out for people who, there have been a number of people that are saying, well, what kind of company just has access to 9 3.5-ton Luton vans? The vehicles, most of them seemed to have been hire vans that were hired on the day.
Yeah.
Is that normal, John? Is that normal, or is that rather unusual?
It's unusual, and it's not illegal, but it's unprofessional. Within Move Assured, we have a database and we know the vehicles that every move has got. So if a member of the public, and we are contacted constantly by members of the public, my phone number is on our website, if they said to me, John, can you recommend a mover? I'm in X area. I would say, I can, yeah. What sort of a property? And they say, oh, it's an 8-bedroomed house. Now, I'm not going to recommend a vehicle with 2 Lutons. So really, on this sort of volume, we would be looking at an 18-tonner plus a 7.5-tonner.
Right. And in layman's terms, what is that? A great big lorry and a smaller lorry?
A great big lorry and a smaller lorry, but both of them being lorries, not vans.
Okay. So you have certainly a company that you can suggest to Tom that he can have confidence if he uses their services to transport the stuff from London down to Devon, that he will then get a thoroughly professional service from that particular point.
He absolutely will.
Okay. I think the problem, and this is not your problem, John, the problem that Tom and I and also the solicitor now has is looking at what on earth this man is going to tell Tom he has to agree to in order to even be given access to his stuff.
It sounds like an NDA. A non-disclosure, whatever.
It sounds like it, absolutely.
Normally this applies to film stars and politicians.
Well, there's no doubt about it. And this is why, for people who are saying to me, and I've had so many people saying, why haven't you identified this company? What we want to know, it is for this reason. What I do not want to do, the overriding thing that I have always wanted to do for Tom and his family is to try and help them. What I don't want to do is to end up doing something that will jeopardise their ability to get their stuff back. However...
This is the most important thing, as you've said.
Absolutely, it's the most important thing, because we've got a family here who haven't got... they haven't got anything. They've had to go... What was the last time, Tom, you said to us all that you'd spent, 800 quid in charity shops and things just trying to get clothes and stuff like that?
Yeah, that's increased now, Jonathan. But that kind of in limbo cost is going up all the time.
Have you ever heard of this kind of scenario before, John?
Not this exact one, no.
I'm just absolutely flabbergasted, and it's terrifying.
I have to say terrifying. Thank you to John for confirming what we thought and what we've been saying all along. It just seems outrageous that a professional company should behave in such a way.
It's very, very unfortunate that, and this is no reflection on Tom, he's a layman, he looks at a website, etc., but it's very unfortunate that more due diligence wasn't done, and things like the strength of a trade organisation around the move. So again, I will reiterate that there are still very good firms that are not members of a trade organisation. Being a member gives that extra checkability.
Right.
Listen. What it does say, John, on his website is that he's accredited. So, I should have looked at that accreditation. On this guy's website, it does say he's an accredited mover.
Yes, but it doesn't say accredited to whom.
That's right, exactly.
Just accredited. Yeah, which is about as worthless as saying I'm great.
Yeah, but part of the website also hasn't even been translated into English.
Right.
So this is the concern that we have in terms of on first viewing of the website. You might look at it, and this is why due diligence is so important. And I know hindsight is a wonderful thing, and the only reason
unfortunately
it is absolutely, but the only reason we're even talking like this is because I just desperately don't want anybody else to find themselves in this same horrible position. When you are moving home, the services that the removals company is providing you is really important. They are tasked with responsibility for every single item in your house that you've worked hard for. They are tasked with transporting and caring for all of those sentimental items in your house, those bits of furniture that you inherited from Granny, the painting that your late mother left you. It's so important. And when you are looking for a removals company, please, ladies and gentlemen, make sure that you do all of your homework and you use good, reputable companies that have been around. They've got excellent reviews. They're members, if possible, of trade organisations. So you've got some comeback if you fall into difficulty with the company as individuals. You've got someone else you can go and seek some advice from. John, I want to thank you for your help and for your advice this morning. We will put you, if that's okay, and Tom in touch off air, so that you can just pass on that information. And then, Tom, I think what we need to do is need to wait and see what terms the man from the removals company comes back with that he's expecting you to agree to, and then we need to get a lawyer to have a look at those terms before you agree.
Yes, indeed. I don't, because I'm not sure that we could agree to the terms. So we've got to see what they are.
Well, we have got to see what they are, and we've got to see what happens if you don't agree to them.
That's right, exactly.
Because that's
also,
that's the other problem with this. I note today for the first time we have actually now got the name of the storage facility that your stuff is in.
Yes.
That is the first time in 3 weeks you've even been given a specific bit of information, and I would imagine that he has been advised to be very clear with you on that from this particular point in time. But, legally, what I would like to know is if you cannot agree to the terms that he is imposing, what legal right do you have to literally go and to try and take your stuff? And how would you go about doing it?
Yes,
just to interject, is it what's classed as a public storage facility, something like, for example, Big Yellow or one of those?
I believe it is. It is.
So if the remover has put it in, and if the remover is paying the rent on it, then he will be the only one that can access it without a court order.
I see.
Yeah.
But that's assuming it is one of the public ones.
I think it is. It looks to me like which is again interesting because this company on their website, they talk about having their own storage facility. It doesn't appear to be their own storage facility. It is a universal storage facility that anybody could use. But that's very interesting. So a court order would be the only way of Tom actually being able to, if he can't agree to the terms, get access to his stuff.
Possibly. What I would suggest he does is talk privately to the storage facility, explain the situation, and the storage facility will then be able to give him the information that he would need to override whoever has booked it. Because obviously you'll appreciate if someone books a storage facility, they can't let someone else access it.
Yes. Yes, but of course we also have to be realistic in that there is a possibility that there is already a strong business relationship between this particular removals man and this storage facility. So how helpful they would be to Tom is another matter. Listen,
of course, he would need to talk to them.
Absolutely. Listen, John, I want to thank you so much for your time. It really has been very, very helpful, and we will pass on your details to Tom, get the two of you talking, and we will continue to follow this case through to its conclusion.
We will, and thank you so much for inviting us and Move Assured.
Thank you, John. Thank you, Tom. We'll talk very soon. I'll pass you back to the team. We'll give you all of John's details, OK?
Thank you.
Hello, Jonathan. How are you?
Morning, Michael. I'm good, thank you. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
No problem. Well, basically, my father had COPD and needed oxygen, so he was very unwell as far as getting up, moving around. He was okay sitting down, but as soon as he got up and walked around, he found that very difficult. So my mother and my dad went to a mobility centre where they bought a car to help him out. And on there was an advertisement for, stair lifts. So they thought to themselves, yeah, we could do with one of those to help him get up and down the stairs for ease for my mum at night time and for himself. In doing so, they had the guy come round on the Monday, which was the 21st, and then they said, yeah, it's going to be bespoke. This is reconditioned, and the cost is £4,200.
Right, hang on a second. Sorry to interrupt you. So it was a bespoke reconditioned stair lift.
Yeah.
Right,
That's how the salesman told him, because it was 2 right angles to go up 1 half landing and a second half landing.
Okay, so reconditioned. And how much was it going to cost?
£4,200.
£4,200. Did you get other quotes?
No, they didn't. You know, at the time, they thought because they bought the car from this company, they were very good. In fact, they've taken the car back from my parents, and they took it back for pretty much the same price as they bought it for. And that was, they'd only had the car about 3 or 4 months. But the company were very sorry, the mobility company, and they took the car back, and they pretty much gave my parents the same money back, well, my mum the same money back.
Why would they take the car back?
Huh?
Why would they take the car back?
Because my father passed away.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that.
He passed away like 14 days later from getting the stair lift installed.
Right, so hang on a second. So he bought the car and the stair lift at about the same time?
No, he bought the car about 3 months ago.
Right.
And in that time, he saw they had some work done on the car, and he saw the advertisement, and that's why they thought, well, they'd go with them, because obviously this guy's been really good. He's a salesman come round, really nice guy, obviously very chatty, knew how to work my parents, as it seems, and gave him a price of £4,200. And then they came and fitted it on the 21st, so literally 2 days later, after, got to get these parts, they came and installed. It took them about 5 hours to fit it. And they left. My parents were very happy. They used it, and it was great. But he used it 10 times, or basically 20 times. Get up the stairs and get down before he passed. So my older brother phoned the gentleman up and said, look, bad news, obviously this happened, and was wondering whether you could take as it's only been 14 days, is there any way you could take it back, see yourself taking it back, and give us some sort of refund? On that, the bloke said, yep, I'll give you £500. And that's really got our back up. And then my brother rang him again a couple of days later and said, look, this is crazy. It's only been in there, 14 days. So is there any way you could see yourself for more money than that? Ideally, we was looking for around 2,000, 50%. Or 1,500, any in that sort of region. We weren't looking for all of it to come back, just that my mum needs all the money she can get now. And he raised his quotation to 750. And that's where we are now. And my mum listens to your show, loves it, and she knows it might not work, but she felt it would be good to talk to you.
Well,
something you could do.
I mean, the first thing I would like to say to you and your mum who's listening, and the rest of you, I'm very sorry to hear about your father's death. It must be a very bad time for you.
Oh yeah, it's tough.
That said, I have to be honest with you.
Yeah, of course.
You don't have any right whatsoever to return this stair lift.
No.
If the company, in good faith, have come out to your property and have supplied what they were asked to supply, they have fitted it, they don't need to do anything at all.
No.
They could turn around to you and they could say, we're not going to take it out, we're not going to give you any money back at all. You've got what you paid for, we have fulfilled the contract, there is no more we need to do as per the terms of the contract. What you're asking them to do is a favour.
Yeah.
And I completely understand why you're asking them to do that, because I completely get the fact that it's terrible timing that your father, you feel as if he hadn't really had very much use at all out of the product.
No. I mean, if it was a month or 6 weeks, we wouldn't even be thinking about it. It was literally, because it was 14 days, we thought the guy might have some moral obligation to at least offer something back.
Well, it sounds like he does realise he has a moral obligation to try and help, in the fact that he is prepared to come and take the stair lift out and to give you some of the money back.
Yeah.
It's just whether or not what you're asking for is reasonable, considering he doesn't have to do anything at all.
Yeah. I mean, my only advice to other people out there is make sure you look for second-hand stuff, because I've looked at second-hand things now, and my brothers and I could have bought my parents one out of the paper for £500, £1,000 ourselves, and fitted it ourselves. So my advice to people would be to look at second-hand before they
Well, I would urge extreme caution about that particular advice because, firstly, when you're buying second-hand, you have no idea how well it's been looked after. You have no kind of... When you've bought something second-hand, you don't have any comeback if things go wrong in this way. So, I think it's...
Look, I mean, I had 1 year warranty with it, but, it's no buy, isn't it? There you go.
I mean, what I'm more than happy to do, and look, I'm not going to make you any promises whatsoever... No. I'm happy to contact the company and just to have a chat with them and to see what they're looking at in terms of how much that stairlift was and how much they believe they could sell it for. Mm-hmm. Just to ask them, and I would hope this isn't the case, but they're not trying to make a whole load of profit out of your situation where they can now take that stairlift and sell it to someone else and make more profit again.
Yeah.
I would like to think that wasn't the case. However, I need to make you aware of this, Michael. Mm-hmm. They don't have to do anything at all. They could, and this is the other thing that you and I should just talk about before I go and do that. Mm-hmm. They could take great exception to me getting involved, and they could withdraw the offer that's on the table.
I understand that totally. But in my father's point of view would be he would rather give it to someone who needs it rather than someone trying to benefit off of it. He'd rather give it to a charity. 750 is nothing in comparison to what they paid for it. And he would feel if they took it back and then sold it on to someone else and made the profit like you're saying, which we hope that wouldn't be the case, then he would, it was something he'd be upset about, for sure.
So would you like me, even though you're aware of the risks of me getting involved, would you like me...
I could talk... My mother's out at the moment. Obviously, she didn't want to be about while I spoke about this.
Yeah.
So she's out with my sister-in-laws.
That's absolutely fine. If you want to go away and talk to her, just talk through...
I would like to talk to her first to make sure she's happy to do so.
Yeah, and fundamentally, I think you need to just be very honest with her that you, from a legal perspective, you don't have any rights whatsoever.
No, totally understand.
And the company could, if they wanted to, say, I'm sorry, we've done nothing wrong here. We were contracted to, at an agreed price of £4,200, come and install a stairlift. We've done that. It's not our fault that your father died 14 days after we installed it. We have not broken the terms of the contract in any way. Therefore, we don't see why we're being asked to come and take it out and give money back. Yeah. They could argue that.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay? Yeah. So anything you can get back from them, really, is a favour.
Yeah.
But
I mean, my only thoughts were, because it was 14 days, whether there would be anything in that as a
No, there's not. No, I very much doubt it. I mean, there may well have been a 14-day cooling off period before they came and installed it. Once they have installed it, they are, perfectly within their rights to say, we've now spent 5 hours of our time, we've had our guys out there fitting it for you. The product works. There's no problem with the product at all. The only thing I would say, and I would not, certainly if I went to speak to the company, I would not be putting huge amounts of pressure on them at all. I would just be explaining the situation and saying, could they just talk through the figures for me, just so we can see how much profit they took from the original purchase and are they comfortable with the offer that they are putting back to your family? If they turn around and say, we're absolutely comfortable, we think we're being very generous, then that would be it. Nothing more we could do.
Okay. All right.
Have a think about it. Have a talk to your family, and we'll take it from there.
And I'll phone the show later.
Okay.
No,
thank you, Michael.
Thank you ever so much for your time.
All the best, and sorry for all of your family for your loss. Thank you very much. Amy came to my programme after she purchased an exercise bike using an online voucher company. When it arrived, she was very disappointed.
Put the bike together, and it was absolutely not fit for purpose at all. So basically the bike pedals didn't actually work. So when you turn them, the wheel didn't turn. There were bits missing. There was bits that were bent. The seat, the handlebars were all quite loose.
Well, as you can imagine, Amy wasn't happy at all. She wanted the company to come and sort it all out, replace it, give her her money back, whatever. She wanted them to do something. She was horrified when she spoke to the company when they suggested that she would have to pay to have the item collected, even though it was damaged and faulty. Ridiculous. Well, I went off to have a word with this company. As regular listeners will know, they are bing bang bosh. and this was a company that had supplied this particular bike through Woucher. Now, Amy's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Amy.
Hi, yeah, how are you?
Hello, Amy. Now, as you know, when I went off to have a word with Bing Bang Bosch, they came back and said that as far as they were concerned, they recognised that this was a mistake from their end. They said that the consumer contracts regulations that, of course, gives a customer a 14-day period from receipt of goods that you receive from a mail order or an internet company if you change your mind, does, of course, allow the retailer to charge for getting the item back to their premises, as long as they've been transparent about that at the point of purchase. However, they said they recognised that this was a mistake. This wasn't anything to do with the Consumer Contracts regulations. This was to do with the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. This product was faulty, and therefore there should have not been any charge due whatsoever. Now, they did agree that they were prepared to take it away and to give you a refund. But that didn't happen, did it? And it was getting very frustrating. Now, in the meantime, I was getting very annoyed that Woucher were taking a long time to respond. They did finally remedy that, and they came back with this response. They said Woucher was disappointed to learn of this customer's unfortunate experience with one of our merchants. This is not reflective of Woucher's practices, nor those of its merchants more generally. We have assisted the customer in resolving the issue and shall be speaking to the merchant involved to ensure this does not reoccur. Lovely. Trouble is, even then there was a delay. However, last time you and I spoke, finally they had collected the faulty bike and they had indeed processed the refund. However, and I played the company pretty much all of the horn. However, there was one potential problem that was still there and needed to be sorted. You'd been notified by Bing Bang Bosch that they were now planning on delivering another bike to you. Well, you didn't want another bike. You don't want any more to do with this. You didn't want them delivering another bike. You wanted them to agree that they would not deliver another bike. I gather since we last spoke, you've now had confirmation of that final point. What's the latest, Amy?
Yep, so I went back to them and said just that, basically, that under no circumstances did I want to receive another bike. And they did come back and acknowledge that, and fortunately no bike has arrived, so that's really good.
Good, yes, because that was the other thing we were worried about. If they did deliver it, are you then going to have a nightmare trying to get them to come and collect the bike you didn't want back?
Absolutely.
So, as far as you're concerned, you've got your money back, the bike has gone, they're not going to come and deliver another one. Are you happy, Bunny? Shall we say thank you to Bing Bang Bosch and Woucher and conclude this story?
Yeah, absolutely.
Martin booked a holiday in the UK for May of last year, and he was really looking forward to it.
The cost of it was £720, which included insurance protection. Unfortunately, in December 2020, I was admitted to hospital. I was very unwell, and I was in there for over 4 months. Unfortunately, I had a twisted bowel. 3 operations later, I was discharged on the 9th of April. Whilst in hospital, I decided with my partner it would be best to cancel this holiday, as most probably I would not have been well enough to go on it. So my partner, who was going with me, contacted the holiday company. They explained to her that they would refund the money, that's not a problem, less £70 deposit paid. When I returned home, as you can imagine, I had a pile of 4 months' correspondence, letters. When I got through it, I found my bank statement and I found that they had not returned the money to me, even though they said they did.
Sorry, when I said last year, I meant this year, of course, May of this year. Now, Martin finds himself stuck in the middle of 2 companies. The credit card company that say, well, what's left of them actually, because the credit card company no longer exists. The bank that used to provide the credit card but no longer provides the credit card says there's no way that refund could have gone back onto the card because the card didn't exist anymore. In fact, the banking arm of that credit card isn't still around, so there's no way the money could have gone back. But the holiday company was saying, as far as we're concerned, we've refunded the money. It's gone back, but we can't do any more than that. If the money hasn't shown up on your credit card because your credit card company's gone out of business, that's not our fault. Poor old Martin said, well, I'm stuck in the middle of both of these companies. He said, one way or the other, all I can say is I have not got the refund. Well, I've been trying to pick through the bones of this to find out what can be done. Martin's back on the JVS show. Hello, Martin.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hello, Martin. Now, first of all, let's just start with talking about the credit card company, because I'd never even heard of this bank before. There is a bank called Tandem Bank, and apparently this was a Tandem credit card that you had. The reason you came across this Tandem credit card, you said that at the time there was some kind of cashback offer through them, so that's why you'd taken out a card with them. But the Tandem credit card no longer exists.
Correct.
When I spoke to Tandem Bank that does still exist, they said, we are aware of an issue regarding a refund for a customer that was requested after our credit card offering ceased. We closed our credit card business on the 17th of February 2021 and therefore no longer have a bank identification number. As such, we, Tandem, have not received any funds that we can transfer to the customer. In light of this, we have provided Martin with a letter to assist him with his inquiries with the Merchants Bank. The merchant will have been contacted by MasterCard to inform them that they need to arrange an alternative means of refunding the customer, and it should be addressed with them directly. So in effect, as you'd already encountered yourself, the credit card company, or what's left of them, still saying, we haven't got the money, we can't give Martin anything, we haven't got it, we never got it, take it up with the company that processed the refund. So I have done just that. The company that you had booked this holiday with is a company called Warner Leisure Hotels, and they have come back with this response. Martin cancelled his break with us, and we immediately refunded the cost of his trip to the credit card that he used to pay for his booking. We have investigated this refund once again and can confirm the refund was processed and Martin's money is no longer held by us. Recognising the situation with the closure of Martin's credit card provider and the angst this has caused to the customer, as a gesture of goodwill, we have authorised a new direct refund to Martin today to ensure he is immediately fully reimbursed.
Correct.
As a company, we will now work to retrieve the initial missing refund with his former credit card provider.
Yes, that's correct.
Which is fantastic. And has that been communicated to you, Martin?
Yes, I had a very nice lady phone me up. Can I mention her name or
I think it's probably best not to. She might not want to be mentioned.
Okay. Well, she was a sales manager and she was very, very sympathetic. And she also knows that I have been a good customer over the years and they are going to deal with this themselves with the bank and refund the full money plus the £70 deduction, which they are also giving me back. So, in other words, it's a full refund.
Fantastic. Well, they are very keen to point out this is a goodwill gesture because they say in good faith they refunded that money, and they also suggest that they are victims in all of this because they've already given you your money back, so they're in effect now giving you your money back again. But I think it's fascinating as to where that refund has gone, because in the meantime, I presume you have seen the letter that Tandem Bank have sent you for you to use, where they categorically confirm that money was never deposited into their account and they don't have it.
Yes, and then they say, having investigated your complaint, I can advise your complaint has not been upheld. That was in an email I received from Tandem yesterday.
Well, I mean, it's going to have to be left to the two companies, or presumably their lawyers, to now argue out where actually that money is. It's obviously floating around somewhere, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
But in terms of, I felt desperately sorry for you, and it sounds as if the lady from the company also felt very sorry for you because you were stuck in the middle, and none of this was your fault. You know, you hadn't got the refund. End of story. So. You were a victim in all of this, and I'm very, very pleased that Warner Leisure Hotels have decided as a goodwill gesture to resolve that for you. Shall we thank them and give them the horn?
Please, I think so. That's in order, yes.
Now, Dennis's wife picked up her mobile phone to use it, but very quickly put it down again.
It was red hot, and it had a warning sign on saying emergency switch off. So we switched it off and called our mobile phone engineer, who went through a few things, because we thought it might be the battery. He said, no, it's not the battery. Where it's getting hot under the camera, in his opinion, it's almost certainly the CPU which sits on the motherboard. So quick drive to the place where we got it, and spoke to the shop assistant. He said, as usual, it's over 1 year old, you have to go to the manufacturer. So I said, well, what about my statutory rights? He said, no, I know all about that. You know, you have to go to the manufacturer. So I thought, well, I'm not going to get anywhere here. The second I speak to the store manager came over. He said, mobile phones are not covered under consumer law.
Well, I mean, that's obviously not true. That's obviously nonsense. And I was intrigued to know which company he'd purchased this mobile phone from. When I found out, I was absolutely amazed. Although they have clarified they do recognise that, in fact, mobile phones are covered under the consumer rights laws. Dennis is back on the JVS show. Hello, Dennis.
Oh, good afternoon, Jonathan.
Good afternoon to you. Right, I must brace you for the fact that I think you may potentially have a bit of a battle on your hands.
Yes.
But let me just explain why. So the company concerned is Tesco. And I have spoken to Tesco about it. Now, as I say, at least they do acknowledge that mobile phones are included under Consumer Rights Act legislation. But we'll get to that in just a second. They say, Tesco Mobile has confirmed that we stand by the offer of 25% of the repair costs, seeing as the phone is out of the manufacturer's warranty and the customer doesn't have proof that the phone was faulty at the time of purchase. Mobile phones are included under the Consumer Rights Act legislation, but without proof that the phone was faulty during the warranty period, Tesco Mobile are not required to provide a phone replacement. So, let's just talk about what you do next. There are two options on the table. Option number one is, and I'm going to kind of put both of these options to you to see which way you want to go, and then we'll take it from there. Option number one is that you accept Tesco Mobile's offer of 25% towards the repair cost. Option number two is that you now fight Tesco Mobile, and you would do that initially by having an independent report carried out on the mobile phone in writing that states the reason for the mobile phone failing and making it very clear that the reason that mobile phone has failed in this short amount of time, realistically, from the date of purchase, is down to a manufacturing component failing and nothing to do with the way that you have used the phone. Therefore, it is an inherent manufacturing defect with the phone rather than anything related to customer use. And at that point, when you have the report, we go back to Tesco again. We explain that either, now you have that report, they can either resolve the matter in a more reasonable way, alternatively they leave you with no alternative but to pursue them through the small claims court. What are you more inclined to do?
Well, when it first started out that the phone was faulty, I was keen to get a repair or a replacement. But what concerned me more was Tesco, right up to the CEO's office, did not know anything or pretended not to know anything about consumer law or statutory rights. So the fact they have now recognised that is a big step forward. Now, with the age of the phone and the model of the phone, I've given this a lot of thought, and I don't believe it's worth pursuing anymore because we're talking about probably a small amount of money for a lot of effort. So I think I'm just going to leave it, Jonathan.
Okay.
Now, the thing is, I wish the law could be changed so that when anybody bought a television or anything from a manufacturer, they have to give you a pamphlet or a leaflet stating what their procedure is for your consumer rights, because this happens time and time again, and it makes a mockery of the law. I don't know what you think.
You refer, of course, to, and this is not specific to Tesco. I mean,
no.
Anyone that listens to my programme on a daily basis will know that time and time again, retailers, unfortunately, either do not understand the Consumer Rights Act, and therefore, when they are challenged on the Consumer Rights Act, they give inaccurate information as a response, or some retailers, and I'm not saying this is Tesco, but some retailers in the past, it feels as if they do know the law, but they just hope customers don't really know the law, and they try and fob customers off in the hope that they'll go away. Now, I have to be honest, Dennis, there is a part of me that is frustrated that you want to draw a line under this and move on, because the fighter in me would love to be able to go back to them with a report that states it's a manufacturing defect and to challenge them on it, because the fact is they've sold you this product in an unreasonable amount of time. However,
what I think I'll do, Jonathan, I'm not totally going to give up. I'm going to give up with Tesco, but what I will do is be very nice and talk to the manufacturer and see whether they're prepared to do anything, and I think they may well do. So I'm going to go down that route rather than Tesco, if you think that's, okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, you can do what you want. The manufacturer don't have any obligation to you whatsoever, because you don't have a contract with the manufacturer.
That's correct.
I mean, if they decide to do something as a goodwill gesture or as a favour to you, then absolutely, and it may well be you can sweet talk your way into them doing something that's good. Ultimately, if this mobile phone has failed because of a manufacturing component that is completely unrelated to your usage of the phone.
Yeah.
If the phone has died in the way that it seems to have done, in what most people would consider having spent the amount of money on the phone that you did in the first place to be an unreasonably short amount of time, then ultimately the retailer has liability to you. So you're letting them off the hook.
Yes, I know that, but it's so difficult because I've had this over the last couple of years so many times with a TV and a fridge freezer. You just get exhausted in the end with trying to fight these people. But I understand what you're saying, definitely.
Well,
but I've been on the phone so much to Tesco, and they've just not wanted to help or do anything. I know they've offered me 25%, but I'm very disappointed in Tesco, to be honest. So I've thought about it a lot, and I normally fight these things through. I've just had another one recently where I've got a replacement, but I just don't know if I want to carry on with Tesco.
Okay. All right. Well, listen, we'll leave it there.
Do you want me to tell you if I get anywhere?
Yeah, I'd love you to.
Get on okay with
yes,
the
please.
manufacturer?
Yeah, I would absolutely love you to. And just to reiterate, just so everybody listening to the programme is aware, when you purchase a product, the Consumer Rights Act that applies just as much to mobile phones as it does to any other product that you purchase, the product must be fit for purpose. It must be of reasonable quality, and it must last for a reasonable amount of time. Now, I understand that latter point, the lasting for a reasonable amount of time, starts to stray into a grey area. However, when you have spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of pounds on a product, most of us would expect it to last longer than 2 years before it completely dies and you have to go out and start again, or then spend more money, a lot more money, having it repaired. So don't ever forget, the Consumer Rights Act does give you quite a lot of protection, even when the manufacturer's warranty has expired. Dennis, keep me in the loop. Thank you very much indeed. If Tesco want to change their position at all, they know where I am. But certainly as far as they're concerned, they feel that offer of 25% is reasonable. Angela's on the line. Hello, Angela.
Hello.
Hello, Angela. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Sure. Okay. So basically, I bought a prom dress for my daughter's prom, and we left it quite to the last minute because of obviously with all the COVID stuff going on. We went into the shop. She chose a few dresses, and literally the first one she tried on, she absolutely loved. So I paid for it outright.
How much?
Along with the bag. Altogether, it was £258. And the ladies in the shop were actually really, really lovely with us and very helpful, to the point that we both went away feeling really happy about it. And I came home and wrote a positive review on her Facebook page. But then
right. So when hang on a second, when was this that you went into the shop and ordered the prom dress?
It was about 3 weeks before the prom was due, and the prom was due last Friday, so about 4 weeks ago.
Okay. And when you paid the £258, was this? Did you take the dress away with you, or were they going to kind of make the dress?
It needed altering,
Okay.
so they advised us to leave the dress in the shop. We were going to go away, buy the shoes, and then make another appointment to go back for the alterations. But then 5 days later, my daughter got an email to tell her that the prom had been cancelled. And I was at a work meeting, so I was driving past the shop and decided to just pop in and let the lady know. And I just asked her where we stood about a refund, basically. And as soon as she realised the situation, her whole demeanour changed, and she became really rude and abrupt, and basically refused a refund and just said, "Listen, if I refund you, I've got to refund everybody." And she said to me, "How much are you losing?" And she looked in her book at a copy of the receipt and said, "Oh, £258. Well, I will be losing £20,000, and if that happens, I'll be bankrupt and suicidal by tea time," which I was quite shocked at that comment. And I got upset and started crying because a friend of mine passed away a year ago due to suicide. And she, obviously I didn't mention that to her, but she then got funny with me again and said, "Listen, come with me." And she proceeded to take me upstairs to show me a room full of dresses. And as we were walking up the stairs, she said, "Listen, I could cry like you, but, I've just got to get on with it." And she insinuated that all the dresses in that room would have to be refunded if she had to refund my dress. And she also insinuated that there were 30 plus girls that she'd sold dresses to from our school. And the week before, the lady that served us told us that there was only 6 or 7 girls from our school. So I just left it with her and said, "Listen, I'm going to go to the school and see if I can get them to postpone it rather than cancel it." And that's how I left it with her. I went to the school, I spoke to the head of year, and there was absolutely no way that they could keep it going ahead, basically.
Well, to be honest, I was a bit surprised when you were talking about the prom that there would even be a prom, because I'd kind of presumed that all that kind of stuff would be cancelled this year.
Yeah, well, I've heard that a few of the schools around the area have postponed their proms, and they are still going ahead. I'm pretty sure we're the only school that have cancelled.
Right.
So I phoned her a week later. I left it a few days. I wanted to give her time to think about the situation. And I explained to her that I went to the school and that there was no way it could go ahead. And again, she was really rude on the phone, and she said to me, I'm definitely not going to refund the dress. You are the only person that's asked for a refund. So I said to her, well, then that's even more reason just to give me a refund, surely. I explained to her that I understood things from her point of view about her business and everything, but I also said that I can't afford to lose £258 either. With all the COVID stuff, my hours have been cut, so everyone's in the same sort of position, aren't they?
Yes, times are very, very tough for lots of consumers and indeed for lots of businesses as well. Now, look, Angela, I don't know how much you listen to my programme, but if you do, you'll know that I always stick up for customers if ever a company's treating them badly and if they are in the right.
Yeah.
However, I also try to be as fair as I possibly can be to retailers.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, you do not have the law on your side in this matter.
Yeah, I kind of gathered that already.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I mean, you went to a shop, you agreed to buy a prom dress. The company then started altering the prom dress for you.
No, they hadn't done any alterations.
Well, how do you know that?
Because we didn't go back for the fitting. In the meantime, we were waiting for the shoes to be delivered, and then we were meant to go back for the alterations once we'd got the shoes. But we didn't have time to do that because within 5 days we were told that the prom was cancelled.
The problem is you'd entered into a contract with that retailer to buy that dress. Now, the retailer, once you have agreed to buy that dress, the retailer does not need to allow you to get out of that contract and to have your money back.
Oh, okay.
Which is, I'm so sorry to have to tell you this, because if the retailer absolutely does not want to, I mean, they may do as a goodwill gesture to a customer. They may do because they decide, actually, do you know what, it's fine. We don't want the customer to be unhappy. We can sell the dress to someone else.
Yeah.
But the company doesn't have to do that. And what I can't do is I can't use my programme or my power or the BBC to force a company to do something that they legally don't have to do. Because that would be wrong. And I'm sure in the same way that if you were running a company, you wouldn't want me coming and forcing you to do something that the law did not dictate you had to do.
Of course.
I can't do it to that lady. So have you... I mean, look, there are some options. Option number one, I guess, would be to come to some kind of compromise with her. Would she be prepared to give you some of the money back and she keeps the dress so she can try and sell it to someone else? Would you be better off taking the dress and then trying to sell it yourself?
That's what I think I'm going to do, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's just one of those things, isn't it?
Well, it is, and
I
she's
been handled a bit differently.
Yeah, I think what she was trying to do, and it sounds as if she was doing it in a somewhat verbally clumsy way, which ended up offending you. What she was trying to do was to explain that, if she did the same for everyone who was all coming in and saying, oh, sorry, my daughter's prom's been cancelled and I need to cancel the dress, as a business she would go under. So I think that's what she was trying to make clear to you, albeit in a somewhat clumsy way. Did you pay the full amount of money to her?
Yeah, I paid the full amount on the day with using my debit card.
Right.
I have filled in a form with my bank to see if I can get the money back that way, but I have got another daughter as well who in 4 years I would have gone back to the shop, for her.
Yeah.
But I just think the way she's handled things and the way she was speaking to me, I don't think I will be going back to that shop. But it's a shame because it's a beautiful shop and they have some lovely dresses in there. And, if any other circumstances, it would have been an absolutely lovely experience buying a dress from that shop.
I don't think you're going to get anywhere with your bank, because I think the bank will simply speak to the retailer. The retailer will say, no, we are prepared to fulfil the contract. The contract was to buy the dress. The dress is here. The customer can come and collect the dress any time. Yeah. We're prepared to do the alterations that were agreed as part of that price. I mean, is there some room for negotiation in terms of if you were to have the dress without it being altered, would there be a discount off the £258?
I very much doubt it. I think I'm just going to go back to the shop and collect the dress at some point. And
yeah, but if they haven't, they must have in the £258. Surely there must have been an amount of that was being used for the alterations.
No, the alterations were separate. We needed to pay for the alterations separately once they'd altered it. Or
so the £258 was literally to reserve the dress
and the bag. Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah, but the thing is as well, obviously after this situation came about, and I read the receipt, the terms and conditions at the bottom, it says that any wedding that's cancelled for any reason whatsoever, because it's a bridal boutique, that the balance becomes payable immediately and all goods must be collected, which is fair enough. But there are no signs in the shop that state this, and she doesn't tell you, by the way, if you buy this dress, it's absolutely non-refundable, which I found a bit, off really, but that's just the way it is, I guess.
Yeah, I'm afraid it is. I mean, what I call it the John Lewis and Marks and Spencer effect. A lot of people think that because, for example, if you go and buy a dress from Marks and Spencer, if you get it home and you think, do you know what, I don't really like it, or it's too big or whatever, they have their own terms and conditions whereby you can take the dress back and you can say, can I have my money back? Can I change it for a different dress? They give you all kinds of options. And a lot of consumers believe as a result of that that's what you're entitled to as a customer.
Yeah.
It's not. That's something that the likes of Marks and Spencer and John Lewis and other retailers out there, that's something that they offer over and above the law to their customers.
Okay.
But the law states when you agree to buy something in a shop, you can't just change your mind and take it back and get your money back. You're not entitled to that. And I think that's what, unfortunately, in this particular case, you're kind of learning that the hard way. You've agreed to buy it. The company have agreed to sell it to you. You've paid them the money. You can't now change your mind.
Yeah.
It would appear, because this company is not prepared as a goodwill gesture, or they don't have their own extra policy that they give customers of theirs, that added level of protection where they can change their mind for whatever reason. They don't have to do anything. So I'm so sorry. I think the best thing to do, get the dress, draw a line under it, try and sell it secondhand. Or I don't know, maybe is your daughter likely to go to any weddings or anything else where she could use that dress?
Not really. It's not the kind of dress that you can just wear anywhere. It's a proper gown.
It's a bit kind of poofy and flowy, is it?
No, it's not really poofy, but it's not the sort of thing that, even to a wedding, I don't think. The thing is that the school, one of the mums from the school is putting on another prom, I think in August, but my daughter doesn't really want to go to it. I think she's kind of disheartened by the whole thing and doesn't even want to go to this other thing that another mum's organising.
Oh, that's a shame. Well, I mean, I think if she's got the dress, she might change her mind, because at least it will give her an opportunity to wear it. So
yeah, maybe.
Okay, well, look, I hope it helps just to talk it through. And it's always, I think it's always better, even though sometimes it doesn't necessarily go in your favour. I think it's better to know where you stand legally, and then know what you're entitled to, and then you can have a discussion with a retailer to see if you can come to some kind of agreement. I think in this case, if she's not prepared to give you your money back, I think the only thing you can do really is to take it and make the best of it. Either try and sell it, or hopefully your daughter can get some use from it.
Yeah, okay, well, it was worth a try, but thank you anyway.
Okay, all the best. It's the JVS show. It's BBC Three Counties Radio. I do try as much as I possibly can. I don't always get it right, but I try as much as I possibly can to be fair to people, and that involves being fair to retailers as well. If a retailer has done wrong, as my regular listeners, I will go after them. And I don't care if I upset them, I will go after them. But retailers aren't always in the wrong, and I'm not going to have a go at them if they haven't done anything wrong. By the way, a text that's come in that says, why didn't she just pay a deposit until the dress was altered and she got it? That doesn't necessarily protect you. Anonymous person on the text. If you agree to buy something, you may well find, unless it is set out in the terms by which you pay that deposit, you may well find that you are legally obliged to go through with the entire purchase. So don't just assume that a retailer won't come after you for the additional amount of money. Now, Lou came to me. Lou purchased a shiplap shed almost 3 years ago. She used a team provided by the retailer to install this shed for her. It's 12 foot by 8 foot, cost just over £1,000. And she was expecting it to last for a reasonable amount of time.
I haven't used the shed over the winter, and when I opened it up in spring, everything was just covered in mildew and damp, and it just smelled awful, that awful smell. And I also noticed that 2 of the shed boards had just broken, had just snapped. So I emailed the retailer. That was actually in April 2021, so that the shed wasn't actually 3 years old yet. I felt it wasn't fit for purpose because it hadn't kept the items in there dry, hadn't lasted a reasonable time, and therefore wasn't of reasonable quality because it was all coming in, damp was coming in through the windows, and the floorboards had all broken. And they came back and they said, no one else has had this issue with their shed. They then came back and said, but their policy is 6 months that I have to complain.
Well, the company offered her £75 for a tradesperson to come out and repair the shed. She doesn't think that's acceptable. There's considerably more problems with this shed than £75 will cover. So I've been off to have a word with the retailer. Lou's back on the JVS show. Hello, Lou.
Good morning, Jonathan.
Good morning. So to start with, I was fairly hopeful about this. The company that you'd purchased the shed from is B&Q. And I've always had good experience with B&Q in terms of them trying to resolve matters and try and turn unhappy customers into happy customers. Unfortunately, it would appear B&Q have changed the press company that they use to deal with difficult people like me. And the initial response I received from their new press team was disappointing, to say the least. I don't think necessarily their press team realise who they're dealing with, and the fact that I will not be fobbed off with pathetic, puny little one-line responses. The initial response I received from B&Q said, "We regret that Lou has experienced a problem with one of our products. We offered £70 as a gesture of goodwill for the repair of the windows." That's it.
Yep.
Absolutely pathetic.
Yeah.
And it won't surprise you, Lou, and it won't surprise regular listeners to know that I went back to B&Q and indeed their press company and made them well aware of the fact that I thought that response was pathetic. Thankfully, they've come back with a slightly improved response. Let's see what they're saying now. A B&Q spokesperson has said, "We remain sorry to hear about Lou's experience and would like to resolve the issue with her as a priority. We have been in further contact with Lou and we have organised for the lead fitter of our vendor to inspect the shed at her home at the earliest opportunity to assess whether the damage is deemed to be caused by the manufacturing or installation of the shed. Once the inspection has been completed and we have received the findings, we will contact Lou with the aim of finding an amicable resolution to the situation." That's more like it. That's more like it, press team, responding for B&Q. That kind of thing will keep me satisfied as long as you do it. What's happened since we last spoke, Lou? Have they been in touch?
Okay, well B&Q hadn't. I had a random phone call from the fitter, who's also the company that supplied the shed to B&Q, and he did come out. His words were he was amazed that the shed was still standing. He said that it has a 15-year guarantee, which is interesting because when B&Q had asked the supplier, they said it wasn't under guarantee, but it obviously does. But it would never have lasted 15 years. The planks were in wrong. The windows, which was the best bit, Jonathan, you know that there was water going in. It's because the windows had a lip at the bottom to push water away from the shed, but they'd been fitted upside down. So the water was hitting the windows and going into the shed. He said it looked like Paperboy had installed it, XYZ. So he said he was going to go back and tell B&Q he thought it needed replacing. It was beyond any level of repair because it had actually then damaged the wood. And I had nothing from B&Q until the 12th, so 2 days ago, when I just received a text message saying, "Thank you for your order of a new shed. It will be delivered to you shortly." I then received an email from them yesterday saying to me that they were going to arrange for the old shed to be collected on the 20th, that's next week, and then they will arrange delivery of a new shed. But I guess my issue with that, Jonathan, is first of all, we're not here. I mean, there's been no "Are you even around" at that point. We're not here next week. We're on holiday, so there'll be no one here. That shed takes about 4 to 6 weeks to deliver. So where does everything go? There's bikes, lawnmowers, camping stuff. I can't just leave in the garden. We haven't got any other storage. And, you know, if it got nicked, that doesn't come under my contents insurance.
But hang on a minute. Presumably they are planning to send an installation team to take down the shed that was appallingly built, based on what you're telling me this morning, and to build the new one properly.
Not at the same time. So he said that they would take the old one away on the 20th. There is then an issue about the base, which I'd like just a very quick word with you about. And then once the base is done, they will then order the new shed, and then that's about a 4 to 6 week delivery.
What's the issue with the base?
So the issue with the base is they did say now that they would like the base to be levelled. That's fine. When I asked the fitter about how does that work, what would your cost be, he said, I don't know if you've encountered this at all, there's a massive issue with concrete and cement at the moment, part Brexit, part COVID. And whereas cement previously was like £5 a bag, it's now £15 a bag if you can get it. He said it's been on eBay. This is his words and everything.
I do know there are a lot of issues with building supplies, yeah.
So he said to me, because of that, he said, you know, if you'd have had it done a year ago or previously, it would have been about £300, but you're now looking at over £1,000. And I'm quite disgruntled about that, because if we'd have been told at the time, in 2018, when the shed was fitted, you needed a base, we'd have put it in then, not at the massively inflated cost now. That's going to put us about £700 out of pocket, which we've all got, to put the base in. My suggestion would be, would B&Q like to supply those materials for the base? in way, not of compensation, but there's still been no apology to me. I'm still going to have to take time off work to be here for the shed being taken apart. Whatever I'm going to do with what's in it, I have no idea. I've got to repaint it, be here for installation again. Would they like to supply those materials then?
Well, I think I should go and have a word with them and ask them.
Thank you.
As you know, I have been exceptionally disappointed that a company that normally, when it comes to unhappy customers on my programme, are very anxious to resolve the matter and make sure that it is very clear to people listening to the programme that they can buy a product from B&Q, and if things go wrong, B&Q will sort it out. I'm not going to go over it too much again, but the initial response was just absolutely poor.
I can hear in your voice.
It's just not acceptable. I'm not going to accept it.
No.
You know, I'm not going to accept it. My listeners, you, everybody else listening to this programme deserves better than that. I'm not going to accept that kind of silly response. Let me go and ask them, based on the fact that you have had this horrible experience and you've been let down and you now find yourself in this position where you're going to have to spend a lot of money, it would appear, on a base. Let me see if they would be prepared to assist you by, as you have said, supplying the building materials, the concrete, whatever it is that needs to go down on that base. Can you leave it with me, Lou? I will go and have a word with them and we'll talk very soon.
Really grateful. Thank you. Speak to you soon.
Now, Tom and his family were moving from Hertfordshire down to Devon on June the 24th. They'd booked a removals company that had quoted them just under £4,000 to do the job.
We had a full packing service that came on the 23rd to pack us all up and move us all out. On the 24th, they arrived, and it became apparent during the day that they'd underestimated the volume, even though they'd sent a surveyor around to see the whole house and take photographs of everything. And the first we knew was at 6:30 that evening, we got a call from the company who said that they were taking all our stuff and putting it into their storage facility, and it wasn't actually coming down to Devon. We've ended up moving down here because we had nowhere else to go, and we spent 5 days sleeping on the floor because we have absolutely nothing. We only had the clothes we were standing in at the time. The last email we had from them was on last Friday in about 3:30 in the afternoon, saying that they would get some essentials down to us within 48 hours. That's obviously passed on Sunday, and we still haven't heard from them.
Well, fast forward now, we are now 3 weeks down the line, and Tom still doesn't have his belongings. He and his family are still in their new house without anything. It's an absolute nightmare, this case, from start to finish. Tom's back on the JVS show now. Hello, Tom.
Good morning to you, Jonathan.
Good morning. So, as you are well aware, this is a very complicated case, and a lot of work has been going on behind the scenes to try and bring this to some kind of resolution. The man from the removals company, who regular listeners will recall joined us all on the programme just over a week ago, he maintains his bone of contention with you is that his surveyor came round to your property and you apparently told his surveyor that you were only going to be taking 1/3 of your stuff. You were going to be leaving the other 2/3 of the stuff, and therefore you only required 3.5 ton vehicles to move the 1/3 of your worldly possessions. Now, that to me, as I have expressed both to you and indeed to him, seems difficult to believe. I don't understand why anybody would leave 2/3 of their worldly possessions, but his argument seems to be that he was under the impression that you were downsizing, and therefore you didn't require that many vehicles. So he says on the day they had to send a whole load of extra vehicles, including extra drivers, because in fact you were moving all of your stuff. Now, you completely dispute that you ever told him you were only moving 1/3 of your stuff, yeah?
Absolutely, yes, that is untrue. And who would do that?
Well, it does seem strange, but he is insistent that that's what happened, and it was as a result of that, when they realised the job was far more involved than they'd originally quoted for, they decided to take all of your possessions into storage that night, and that's where your possessions continue to be until they receive an increased amount of money. Now, to start with, they were requesting almost £12,000 from you in order to get your stuff back.
That's right.
They have subsequently reduced that £12,000 to, it's approximately £10,000, isn't it, in order to deliver your belongings to your new home in Devon. Now, I know that you are under huge amounts of pressure, and I know that you feel in a desperate situation. And can I just say, I mean, from a human perspective, my listeners, every day I get people texting and calling in saying, what's going on with Tom and his family? You know, this is a dreadful situation. I feel so sorry for them. I wish there was something I could do to help. Everybody just feels desperately sorry for you. And you are under a huge amount of pressure. And I know that the last time you communicated with this company, you contacted him and said, unfortunately, you leave us no alternative but to agree to pay you the money in order to get our stuff because we need it. And it would appear this man is absolutely digging his heels in and is saying, unless you agree to that, you're simply not having your stuff back. And you feel helpless, yeah?
Yeah, we do. We feel as if we have very few choices as to the way we can proceed. We do need our stuff back in our home.
Now, I know that he has now sent a new invoice to you for the full delivery of your possessions, and I have a copy of that. Thank you for sending that to me. It's a total balance due of £9,980. But there are, as part of this invoice, a whole load of new terms that you are being asked to agree to regarding the delivery, regarding access. There is a whole load, there's a plethora of things that you are being asked to agree to. Something that concerns me somewhat on this particular invoice, he puts here, by accepting this offer, you are satisfied that the matter is resolved and you release us, the company, of any further obligation with exception to any ongoing damage claim. This includes no further posts or contact to organisations relating to our company, with any negative or defamatory statements published on any public forum also being prohibited. Failure to adhere to this term will result in us pursuing you for the full undiscounted balance on this invoice. Now, what is rather interesting to me, Tom, when you look at this company and you look at some of the reviews from other customers, many of those reviews are positive, although when you look a little more closely at some of those positive reviews, it would appear that not all of them are genuine. In fact, I found people in the United States of America who apparently had a wonderful experience being moved by this company. Well, how on earth could a company based in the UK be moving people in America? It's not that. It's not an international company. It's not the kind of company that would be moving people in America. So there are certainly some of those reviews that are questionable. What's very interesting, the negative reviews suggest that when people have had a bad experience, they have been threatened by this company with defamation for leaving a bad review about them. So this is somewhat concerning that this appears to have been done before. Other people have had this experience where they've been left dissatisfied, but the company has threatened them legally if they leave any bad review, for example, on a website that allows customers to review companies. What was your gut reaction when you saw the terms this company was asking you to sign up to in order to get your stuff back?
Well, I'm worried, Jonathan, because the way they've behaved, every single item they put on there, they could potentially turn around and say, well, you are more than X amount of meters away from the door, and therefore we're going to charge you for that, and you can't park all the 3 trucks on your front drive, and therefore we're going to charge you for that. So you just actually don't know where it's going to stop.
I do not believe, and I know you and I have had various conversations off air about this, I do not believe it's the right thing to do to get this company to deliver your possessions. I think personally the more sensible thing to do, even if it ends up costing you more money, is to get the company to agree to an amount of money in order for you to go with a completely separate removals company to their storage facility to collect your goods. And at least from that point down to Devon, you then hopefully will be dealing with a company that will treat you with respect and will treat you in a way whereby if any of your property is damaged in transit, you will have adequate coverage and you won't have any kind of problems getting money back.
Yes, I think that's right, Jonathan. I think we've reached that same conclusion, to be honest. And I'll be writing to him today to say that.
I think so. I think that is the best thing to do, to get a price from him. I know he's already specified an amount, so hopefully it will not be any more than that in order for you to go to the premises. Now, I want to just say, I don't know if any of my listeners, so many of my listeners have said, I wish there was something we could do to help. We feel so terribly sorry for Tom. If there are any removals companies, if there are any lawyers listening to the programme that would be prepared to help Tom and his family with this horrible situation, we really, really could do with your help. If there is a removals company that is prepared to get involved in this case and to go to the storage facility and to load everything up and transport it down to Devon, obviously Tom doesn't expect you to do it for free, but just bear in mind the nightmare the family have gone through. If there is anyone that can help, please do give us a call on 08081 008800. What I would like to do, before you accept and agree to anything, is just to run this contract, the revised contract and the revised terms you're being asked to sign up to by paying this money. I want to just run that past somebody legal because, you know, I'm very concerned about this and I'm very concerned about the position that it could leave you going forward.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's leave it there for now. Just before I say goodbye, I mean, how are you and your family at the moment? How are you coping?
We swing between being incredibly depressed and upset about it all, and you know, reveling in the lovely Devon countryside that we live in now. But it is really, really tough. It's just, yeah, but we're getting through it, Jonathan. But any help would be absolutely massively appreciated.
Okay. Well, I will see if any of my listeners feel they can in any way assist with this. 08081 008800 is the telephone number. Tom, I will continue doing everything I can. If you can get that revised email sent to him today just to ask for the price to go and collect the possessions and a date when that can happen, then hopefully we can oversee it all and try and make sure that that does happen and make sure that it happens in a way that you are legally protected in the future as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Tom, I'm so sorry. Much, yeah. I'm so sorry. It's just it's an absolute nightmare. This whole situation is a nightmare.
Yeah.
I'll talk to you very soon.
Thanks very much.
Thanks, Tom.
Cheerio. Bye-bye.
Now, in August of 2019, Vicky purchased a new TV. But one day she turned it on and was very disappointed.
All we had was a blank screen, but we could hear the sound perfectly fine, but we just had a blank screen. We did what we researched, unplug it from the Mac, it unplugged for a while and hold the power button in for 30 seconds. Nothing worked. So the following day, we emailed the retailer explaining what the fault was. They basically came back and said, we need to go back to the manufacturer, which we thought was wrong advice because obviously our contract is with them, not the manufacturer. And their response was that our 12-month warranty had expired, so there was nothing they could do.
Well, regular listeners to my programme will be very familiar with the Consumer Rights Act of 2015, and you won't need me to explain, but for any new listeners, let me just go over it again. When you purchase a product by a retailer in the United Kingdom, you are covered by that legislation, the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. That law states that the product you buy must be fit for purpose, of reasonable quality, and very importantly, must last for a reasonable amount of time. There is no such thing as a 12-month cut-off. any retailer who ever says to you, oh, sorry, it's over 12 months old, there's nothing we can do, they are fobbing you off. Either that or they are ignorant to the law. The simple fact is you are protected by that legislation. And nobody would go out and spend hundreds of pounds on a TV that was only going to last them 2 years and then stop working. And that's exactly the point that I went to put to this retailer on Vicky's behalf. And the response that I received was interesting, to say the least. Vicky's back on the JVS show. Hello, Vicky.
Hi, Jonathan.
Hello, Vicky. Now, you'd purchased this TV from a company that I'm not familiar with. I've never dealt with them before. ReliantDirect.co.uk. Reliant Direct. And Reliant Direct, I think it's safe to say, weren't very keen on having a conversation with me. They came back and they said, without prejudice, it is Reliant Direct's policy not to engage with media on such matters. We will only speak directly to our customer and endeavour to assist the customer directly. A reply was sent to the customer on the 7th of June 2021. Well, that response was most peculiar because the company, the retailer, seemed to be agreeing with you that this product was not lasting for a reasonable amount of time, and yet they seemed to be suggesting that what they were going to do was, if possible, they would help you fight the manufacturer over it. They didn't seem to recognise it was their responsibility as a retailer to honour the contract between themselves and you. You don't have a contract with the manufacturer. Most odd. Anyway, last time you and I spoke, you were going to be writing to Reliant Direct, Reliant TV, reliantdirect.co.uk, just to make them well aware of the fact that if they weren't prepared to do anything, they were going to leave you with no alternative but to pursue them through the small claims court. I gather things have happened. What's the latest, Vicky?
So I'm contacting them. They said the only way that we can proceed with this in any sort of shape or form is for us to get an LG engineer to come and assess the TV to prove that it's an inherent problem with the TV. So they're not budging on that fact. They want proof that it's an inherent problem, that we haven't damaged the TV.
Now, that is perfectly reasonable on one hand. However, the report does not need to be done by one of the manufacturer's own engineers. It just needs to be carried out by a suitably qualified person. So as long as you can find some kind of expert professional television repair company who are able to assess the TV, determine what the problem is, and then write a report of some kind, making it very clear that the TV has damage because of a manufacturing problem rather than because of something that you have done in your use of the TV. So, for example, if you put a vase of flowers on top of the TV, not that you can now with these slim ones, but you know what I mean. If you were to spill a vase of water all down the back of it, that's not the retailer's fault. That's your fault as a customer. And it would be absolutely unreasonable to ever pursue a retailer for damage you have caused. But they are perfectly within their rights, if they want to ask that you obtain an independent report to confirm that the product has a manufacturing defect. However, that comes with a risk to reliantdirect.co.uk. And that risk is that when you obtain that report, let's work on the basis that the report finds in your favour and comes back and says, yes, we have now inspected this television and we have diagnosed the problem to be X component. This has failed in an unreasonably short amount of time. It can't be affected by the customer's use of the product. Therefore, the product clearly has an inherent manufacturing defect. Then reliantdirect.co.uk will then also be responsible for reimbursing you the cost of having that report carried out. Okay?
Yeah. I mean, we did contact LG because it has to be an LG authorised engineer.
No, the only person that's telling you it has to be an authorised engineer is reliantdirect.co.uk.
Yeah.
They do not have the power to tell you who it's got to be. You just would need, if it goes to court, you would need to be able to demonstrate that you had obtained a report from a suitably qualified professional. someone
Okay.
who knows about those kinds of TVs, okay?
Yeah.
So please just remember, reliantdirect.co.uk, they are not the ones who are able to dictate to you how this all pans out.
Right, okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
Just out of interest, how did you get on when you spoke to the manufacturer and tried to get one of their own authorised engineers?
They said that they can send one of their engineers out, but they have to take the TV from us and take it to one of their service centres to be looked at.
Mm-hmm.
And then so we went back to them and said, we're not really happy with that because the whole point of this is to prove that we haven't damaged the TV. And we feel if they take it, to one of their service centres, it could be damaged in transit or something like that. And then when somebody goes to look at the TV, they could say, oh, well, it's been dropped or, what have you. So as soon as it leaves our property.
Oh, Vicky, are you there? You're breaking up a bit. Your signal's rubbish.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better. Yes, I understand the point you're making. However, listen, they're a good manufacturer. There's no reason to believe that any of their authorised repairers would ever put you in a position of that kind of vulnerability. I think what I would be inclined to do, if they're able to give you somebody locally, could you not take it along and be there while they do it?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, we did say to LG, so if we were to get our own engineer and to provide a report and then send that into the retailer, if the retailer were to then send that on to LG, would LG accept it? And they said we wouldn't. It has to be one of our own engineers.
Yes, but that's if you're playing the game of reliantdirect.co.uk.
Yeah.
As I keep pointing out, they do not control the small claims court. If you're standing there in front of a judge, the judge will want to see that you have had a suitably qualified person assess that television. They're not going to be told by a retailer who that has to be. They will just want to know that you've had someone that knows about TVs looking at this TV. So I would suggest that I absolutely accept for ease, it would probably be better to go through LG. However, they are not the ones in the driving seat here. So I would personally seek an independent engineer, get that report carried out and say, how do you want to proceed? Do you want to resolve it or shall I see you in court? Listen, we must leave it there. We're out of time. Sophie's on the line. Hello, Sophie.
Oh, hi.
Hello, I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Okay, so I recently bought a hot tub from a retailer. All fine, brought it home, started using it, had it for 4 days and the hot tub broke, was just not heating up properly. I returned it to the retailer who told me they couldn't take the refund. I had to go directly through the company, through the hot tub company. So I spoke to
Hang on a second. So when you went back to the retailer, they told you to speak to the manufacturer?
Yeah.
Absolute nonsense. You don't have any contract with the manufacturer, Sophie.
Yeah.
Your only contract is with the retailer that you paid the money to. So, and the reason I'm stressing this is because I just want everybody listening to the programme to know who to pick their battle with. Your battle should be fought with the company that took your money. They are the ones with whom you have a contract. So by them suggesting you go off and talk to the manufacturer, it's just nonsense. What have you been speaking to the manufacturer?
Yeah, so they were, it's really hard to get hold of them, but once you have got hold of them, they did pick the hot tub up, take it away and fixed it. I asked them for a refund and they told me that they have to bring it back to their depot first to inspect the hot tub, which they did. And then the next thing I know, they just give it back to me. I don't know.
Now, hang on a second again, because I just want to stress this so that you're aware for future reference and everyone else is also aware. You asked the manufacturer for a refund.
Yep.
But why did you do that? Because you hadn't paid the manufacturer any money. So why would they refund you?
Because that's what the retailer told me to get the refund from the company.
Wow. The retailer actually told you that the company to refund you should be the manufacturer?
Yeah, they said if it was an issue, I had to take it up with the manufacturer.
Well, that is just not correct. Right, let me just set out your rights as a customer. So from now on, you know where you stand. When you buy a product from a retailer, You have 30 days from the date of purchase. This is all set out in the Consumer Rights Act of 2015. You have 30 days if the product you have purchased has a fundamental fault with it, i.e. it doesn't heat up, it doesn't work properly. You have 30 days to reject the goods with the retailer and to demand a full refund. Okay? After 30 days, you no longer have the right to reject the goods and to get a refund automatically. You then have to allow the retailer a reasonable opportunity to fix the problem. So it sounds like what the retailer has managed to do is to fob you off and send you off to a company that you don't even have a contract with, by which point, am I guessing that it's now gone beyond 30 days?
Yes.
Right. Well, you now no longer have the opportunity to reject the goods with the retailer. So what has happened? The manufacturer, they re-delivered you the hot tub supposedly fixed.
Yeah.
What happened next?
I set it up again and just went back to square one. It worked for about 2 weeks and then stopped working again. Same fault code coming up on it, not heating again.
Mm-hmm.
So I tried to ring the retailer on their helpline, and it just no one answers their phone ever. It just cuts you off after half an hour of calling. I've tried to ring the manufacturer directly again, and it just cuts you off again. I've emailed everybody. No one seems to get back to me from either the retailer or the company now.
Okay. How did you pay for it?
On a debit card.
On a debit card, not a credit card?
Yeah, debit card.
Okay. Just again, another bit of advice. This is a day of learning today, Sophie. Always anything that costs over £100, pay for it on a credit card. Because when you pay for something on a credit card that costs over £100, you are covered by the Consumer Credit Act. The Consumer Credit Act means that the credit card company are jointly liable along with the retailer if things go wrong. So in the event that you find yourself in now, of the retailer simply not returning calls, not communicating, not trying to resolve the problem, at that point you would be within your rights to go to the credit card company and say, you are also liable for this. I can't get the retailer to sort it out. Therefore, I'm now using my rights under the Consumer Credit Act, and I would like you to now please refund my money. Unfortunately, because you paid for it on a debit card, you're not covered by the Consumer Credit Act. When did you actually purchase the hot tub?
It was end of March this year.
Right. So we're beyond the time scale for... just hang on a second. Let me just work out. Are we? You've got 120 days from the date of purchase to make a claim under the chargeback scheme through the bank. What was the date in March?
20th of March.
20th of March. Okay, I'll need to sit down and work it all out in terms of how many days have passed since then to where we are now. Have you spoken to your bank to try and do a chargeback on it?
I haven't actually, because I've paid on debit cards. I haven't spoken to the bank yet.
Okay, you have 120 days from the date of purchase using a debit card. If you have a problem with a product, and if the product doesn't arrive, for example, or if the product doesn't work and the retailer won't sort it out, you can do what is known as a chargeback through your bank, where you explain the situation to the bank, and the bank hopefully will allow you to have the money back through that chargeback scheme. So it may well be worth, and I haven't sat and worked out exactly how many days it's been since you made that purchase, but it might be worth quickly getting a call into the bank just to see if they can do anything to assist you. In the meantime, what I will do, I will go and have a word with the retailer that you purchased this hot tub through. I will give them an opportunity to resolve this matter, and if they don't resolve the matter, I'll have no alternative but to identify them on the programme. Okay?
Great, thank you.
Sophie, thank you very much. Sorry, you probably feel a little bit boggled with all that information, but it's just it's really important for everybody listening to the programme to be aware of their rights. If you're aware of your rights, you won't then get trampled all over by certain retailers. Please be aware of your rights and protect yourself. Anna decided to buy herself a new front door. It cost £2,245, and initially she was very pleased.
I was very, very happy. Apart from the salesperson did tell me I would get 5 keys. They only gave me 3. But overall, very pleased. And then the next day I went to open my front door and it wouldn't open. The actual lock, it's got one of these just little twisty lock and it just wouldn't move. I called the company, and when I got through, they were actually really helpful. And they said, don't worry, we'll send out a locksmith. And the locksmith came and said, there's something wrong with the actual lock itself. And he said, there's scratches on it, and it's also not been fitted very well. I was then left with it with a different lock, but the door was opening until the next day. It gets better. So the door jammed again, and this time I was outside, and I had to climb through the window, which was not a pretty sight. You know, my neighbours can see me. They've seen I've got a new front door and there's me climbing in the window. Really not good.
Well, it's ridiculous. I went off to have a word with the company concerned. Anna's back on the JVS show. Hello, Anna.
Hello, Jonathan.
Good afternoon. So, as you are well aware, the company concerned is SafeStyle. SafeStyle came back with this response. They said, we understand there has been an intermittent problem with the Yale auto-engage multi-point door lock within the new composite door that we installed for Anna in June. A technical investigation was carried out which indicates this appears to be a known problem, and the manufactured batch of affected locks was recently withdrawn and replaced. An engineer attended Anna's property on the 24th of June, and the lock will be replaced next week, the week commencing the 28th of June, as requested by the customer. Every year we fit thousands of doors, and typically our supplied locks work faultlessly. On this occasion we regret that Anna's experience fell short of our usual high standards, and we've apologised to the customer. We work closely with our suppliers, and our technical investigation has subsequently led to some changes taking place in the manufacturing and quality control processes at the supplier factory. Well, that all sounded very professional, very reasonable. Yeah. And indeed, when I spoke to you last on the programme, you were delighted. You said, yes, indeed, they've come round, they've got it all sorted, they've replaced the lock, and it's all working perfectly. I'm happy. And I gave SafeStyle the horn, didn't I, Anna?
You did, yes.
Then I came in to work Saturday before last. This was just before I had my week off, to find a rather frantic email from you saying, help! My door's jammed again.
Yes.
Which I wasn't very pleased about. And on that Saturday, I sent SafeStyle's representatives another email to say, look, why on earth has Anna's front door jammed yet again? What's going on? They've come back to say that things should now finally be resolved. What's happened since we last spoke, Anna?
Well, yeah, they came and fixed the door, and I was really pleased with it on the Monday. And then on the Friday, it was actually my birthday, and I had a few people over in the garden. And it got to kind of quite late, and we went to open the door to let them out, and it had jammed again. And literally, no. there was 3 of us trying to open this door, and none of us could get it to work. And one person said, look, the catch is not even moving. They could kind of see through the gap, and they could see the catch wasn't even moving or budging. And so my friend had to climb over the fence into my next door neighbour's garden and walk through their house. And this was 2:00 in the morning. Luckily, one of the friends who had come round to celebrate my birthday was my neighbour. Otherwise, they'd have had to go through the window, which is even more difficult. So yeah, I did. I emailed you there and then because I thought I can't cope with this anymore. I thought the door was fixed. But luckily, after you had emailed the company, they then phoned me on the Saturday, reassuring me they would be coming, they would get it fixed. And they actually came, and it was the area manager came out with the engineer, and they finally looked at the bit of the door which I had said all along was the issue. It's where the in the door frame, the part that the lock goes into wasn't quite lining up. And so they've actually readjusted all of that. And since then, the door has been opening.
I hope you're touching wood when you say that, Anna.
I am.
Right.
I'm not holding my breath because it's happened so many times. I don't have a lot of confidence, but they have shaved off a part of the door and readjusted these, the thing in the door frame. So
how can they shave off a part of a composite door?
No, not from the door, but in the door frame. They just they took off a tiny slither of the frame bit and just moved it over the catch. They showed me what they did, and it was, anyway.
Right. When was the last time the door failed? How confident are we that I can finally say goodbye to you and play Safe Style the horn?
It was on the 2nd of July the door last failed, and so since then it has been opening, and it's been quite some time now. So
right.
I think we can safely say it's fixed.
Okay, famous last words. Well, look, I mean, you know where I am.
Say that, but yeah.
You know where I am. If the problem happens again, come straight back to me and I will go and speak to them. But let's assume that they have now finally resolved the matter, yeah?
Yes. Yeah,
okay.
Thank you so much for all your help.
It's a pleasure. Thank you, SafeStar. Tina decided to have a new kitchen installed back in September of 2020. She found a company online. She called them out. She got a quote for the full cost of the kitchen. But after paying the deposit of £3,889, she started to get cold feet about all of this.
He asked me to sign the agreement there and then because they're going to offer me a big discount. But before I signed it, I asked him if anything goes wrong, will I be able to get my money back? And he said, yes, there is a cooling off period. He showed me at the back of the form. So if I put in my cancellation before then, I should get everything back. It was a couple of days later after I've paid the deposit and the surveyor came and they were adding some more bits so the price was kind of going up. So I sent the cancellation form back. This is all within the first week. And I called the salesman to make sure that the letter has been received. And then they agreed a repayment schedule to start in February, but nothing came forward.
Now, when you agree to something, never assume that you have the right to cancel. But Tina did have the right to cancel. There was this 14-day cooling-off period, and she tried to use that 14 days in order to cancel her kitchen. However, she struggled to get any of the money back, and I quickly found out why when I went to have a word with the company concerned. Tina's back on the JVS show. Hello, Tina.
Hi, JVS.
Tina, it is our monthly chat. I feel like we're going to have a lot of these monthly chats, to be honest, because, as you know, when I went off to speak to the guy that runs the company, he said he was very honest with me, very down to earth in terms of the situation. He said, I'm in big financial trouble. He said, I'm in a real financial pickle. He said, COVID has destroyed my business and I haven't got any money. And he said, I'm desperately trying to keep the business going. He said that he'd had to let most of his staff go. It was only him and one other person that was still left there. He said, I'm just trying to keep my company going. I've worked so hard for this company and I can't bear to just let it go. He said, I recognise I owe Tina the money back, but I can't afford to pay her it all in one go. I will have to make her monthly payments. Well, I put that to you. We talked through the various options and you reluctantly agreed to accept an amount of £500 per month. Now, the first month, I had to go and chase him. And finally, you got your 500 quid, didn't you?
Yes.
Second month, you came to me, you said, I haven't received my £500 again. So I went to chase him. And to be fair, you then got your £500. You can imagine my frustration when I heard from you this month to say, I haven't got my £500. So I contacted him and said, what's going on? Why hasn't Tina received her £500? Now, he tells me that he did indeed make that payment after my email. Please tell me, Tina, you have now received your third £500.
Yes, I have. It was made on the 12th of July.
Right, on the 12th of July, when it should have been made on the 5th or 6th, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Well, how are we doing then? So we are getting there slowly. He's now paid 1,500 quid. So you're only owed 2,389. Well, I think I'm probably going to be just on the verge of retirement by the time you get your final £500. What I will tell you is, until you've got every single last penny, I'm not going to stop covering this story on the programme. He knows that. He knows he needs to carry on making those £500 a month payments to you. Tina, I'm going to give him this just as a further bit of encouragement, just a tiny honk. No more coming until you get the full amount of money. I'll talk to you next month, I suspect.
Okay then, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, Lucinda.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. I gather you have a consumer problem. Tell me all about it without naming any company names, please.
Yeah, certainly. I have got a new front door, which I ordered in sort of end of October, beginning of November. My husband is a handyman, but we were looking for a front door. It was the only company that would do the colour and the glass that I wanted, and I just fell in love with this door. So my husband agreed that we could have the door, and he said, so we had the person round during COVID, and they were really professional, as in like these doing the sales bit. Then we had a gentleman come round to do the survey on the door, measured it, went away, come back, and then they said the door would be ready January, which was fine. The door arrived. The door handle was loose and didn't work properly, and man said, "Oh, we can replace that. That's not an issue." So we then, okay, that's fine. So we paid for the door.
How much was the door going to be?
£1,700. It's a lot of money for a front door.
It depends.
Yeah, but
it depends. I mean, what really matters with a front door, even more than the style or certainly the colour, what really matters is that the door is secure. Yeah. Now, was this a composite front door?
It's a composite front door. It's a duck egg blue with iris glass in it, which is why I chose it.
Well, that's all lovely, but what matters far more than the duck egg blue and the glass is what was the inside of the door filled with?
It just said composite door. I actually don't know.
That's the reason I'm making a point of this.
Yeah.
A lot of composite front doors.
Yeah.
All they are is a wooden frame.
Yeah.
And then a plastic skin on the front in a certain colour.
Yeah.
A plastic skin on the back of a certain colour, and then they're filled with foam.
Well, he did show us when they were selling the door. They showed us all. It was solid. It was this. It was that. I mean, my husband unfortunately is at work, but he would be able to he understood all that bit, and he said,
right. You need to make sure. I mean, this is my advice to anybody listening to the programme, and I talk about this because I did a lot of homework when I had my own front door replaced. Yeah. You need to make sure that the inside of a composite door is either solid timber all the way through, so nobody can kick or punch their way through it, or there are some doors that have a metal cage that runs down the middle of the door, so even if somebody tried to kick the door in, they can't get through the metal cage. If you look on the internet, there are some truly terrifying videos of some of the cheaper composite doors that are filled with foam. All it takes is a couple of hefty kicks and your foot goes straight through the door, you've got your hand through, unlock the door from inside and you're in. So you need to be very careful that the door is properly solid.
Well, going from my husband, because he's being a handyman and works in the building trade, we went to this company because they're supposedly reputable. And he said, no, when the man was showing us what it was made of, he said, yeah, no, that looks good. So he was happy with that.
Fine. Okay. And it was £1,700 for the door, supplied and fitted.
Yeah. And that's with the frame and everything.
Mm-hmm. So when they came and they fitted it, you mentioned a loose handle. Were there any other issues with it?
It wasn't until the gentleman, like we'd paid for it, etc. It was... my father, who's 91, tripped out of the door, and my husband said, hold on a minute. And then we realised the door was too small, and it was supposed to be made to fit. And what they'd done is they'd built the base up 400 mil, and they'd brought the bottom of the door down 400 mil at the top of it. So it was 800 mil too small, and they then filled it with a blue foam and put a spacer bit on it just so that it would fit in the doorway. And when it rained, the water came in through the bottom because it was just... I could put a bit of paper through in the corners where they built it up.
Right, but hang on a second. So on the day of them installing it,
Yeah.
you mentioned the loose handle.
Yes.
Did they fix that?
No, he said that he hadn't got the tools to do that, so he would let them know. But by then he'd taken the door out, put the new door in.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm stuck with a door that I couldn't do anything about because he couldn't put the old door back in.
No, okay, but I mean, a loose handle is not the end of the world. They could always tighten that up. But I presume your husband, with all of his expertise, I presume that he checked it all to make sure that it was all.
He wasn't here. He was at work.
Oh.
So it wasn't until he came. I said it was okay. He came home and sort of looked and realised. I'd then phoned the company, but we paid for the door. It sounds really awful, doesn't it? You just do, don't you? Paid for the door. It was all. And then when I phoned them up and said, well, the door's leaking, it was only leaking when obviously it's rained and now the water's coming through the bottom. And I took photographs and they said, can you email the photographs to us? Well, I'm not very good with that, but my daughter did all the emailing for me. I had nothing back from them to say that they'd received the emails or the photographs. I left it a couple of weeks thinking, well, something's got to be going on. So then I phoned them. And I was informed that they hadn't received the photographs or the emails, but we'd sent 4. So the gentleman I spoke to on the phone gave me his own private phone number so I could WhatsApp the photographs to him. Now, when you WhatsApp something, you get 2 blue ticks to say they've received them and they've opened and looked at them, but nobody came back to me to say, oh, yeah, we've got them, thank you. So I then phoned them back and said, well, have you got the photo? Oh, yeah, okay, so that was fine. Again, I left it a week. By then, the door handle had completely had it, and then sometimes the door lock would work on the inside and sometimes not. So if anybody knocked at the door, you'd run around the back and go around the front and say, look, I'm really sorry, and you'd unlock the door with the key. But this is from January. I then phoned again, and they said, oh yeah, it's in hand. I said, okay. We'll send somebody out to fix it. And said, thank you. And again, I left it. This is coming to March, the end of March. I then phoned them and said, look, if you can't help me, I'm going to have to go to somebody who can help me. And I like mentioning I would either come to the radio station or to somebody to help me. And within 48 hours, I had a gentleman come round to fix the lock. But he hadn't got the equipment to do so. And he also was coming to fix the leak on the door.
But there are a couple of issues with this. I mean, firstly, surely the most fundamental issue with the door is that the front door has not been made to the correct size for the opening at the front of your house. So did you reject the door? As soon as your husband came home and saw and said, no, this door's too small, did you then formally reject the door?
Not straight away, no, because it wasn't until they come round to confirm that what we were saying, because we'd said it was, wasn't.
Did you reject the goods within the first 30 days in writing?
Only by the phone. By emailing, we were telling them the problems with the door. But what happened was, when a gentleman come round to do the survey on the door and to do the fixing, and he agreed with us that it was 800 mil too small.
Mm-hmm.
So then they said they were going to put me a new door in. He hadn't got the equipment to fix the lock.
So they did agree that they were going to come and refit the whole. They were going to put a whole new front door in.
A whole new front door in.
Okay.
Now, it sounds bad, but they have actually done that. But when they came, they then said they were going to do that. So I had a phone call in the April to say the door was ready for them to come and replace. So I then had to make an appointment for them to come and do this, which I did do.
Yeah.
And then I rang them on the day and said, well, nobody's here. And they said, no, it's not for today. It's not for a Friday. It's for a Tuesday. And I said, but I've always said Mondays and Fridays are the days I don't work. I can work, but I can get those days off because I work I can do a lunch shift. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. So I can't do Tuesdays, so I would never have agreed to a Tuesday. Oh, okay, hold on a minute. We'll ring you back. So by the end of the day, I rang them again and said, look, somebody's supposed to be ringing me back. And they said, oh, that's all right. Well, it's the 21st day. We can do it on the 28th. Okay, that's fine. I ring them on the 28th in the morning saying, do you know if they're coming morning or afternoon? I'm really sorry, but we're not coming out today. Oh, okay. Can you tell me when somebody is going to be able to come out? So we rearranged it. This is for the 7th of June now.
Okay. Where are we now with this, Lucinda?
Right, the door was fitted on the 13th.
13th of
June. This was a Sunday morning, the hottest day of the year. The gentleman come to do it. He was edging to get home for the football. He put the door in. He basically he had to re-drill holes because obviously where they put the frame in before, the holes are in the same place, but they can't put the screws in the same, so he angled them in. He used clear silicone with the brick dust in. He broke a window when he was putting the door in. Because they used the same glass, they took the glass out and put it into the new door. He broke the safety glass, not the iris glass, but the safety glass. He was just going to put it back in as it was, and I said, "Oh, hold on a minute." So I got some cling film so that the bits of glass that were still falling out, because we swept it out as best we could, but there's still bits in there.
Okay. But what I need to know is where we're at now and what you need me to do to help you.
Right. So it's gone really bad, isn't it? They fitted the door on the 13th. He phoned to say to order the glass, which they said would be ready on the Tuesday. I've tried. So
have you got that? Okay, let me ask you some questions. Just try and get to the point. Have they now put the glass in?
No.
Right. Okay.
I tried to phone them and I got no reply. So I tried to phone the customer service people, and they've. I was 18th in the queue. It took me 9 minutes to get to 15th in the queue.
Very frustrating. So you need me to go and organise for them to come and replace the glass for you.
I need them to come and to replace the silicone around the edge, which has got brick dust in. The trim at the top, which they haven't finished. It's just like, well, I just don't know what to say. It looks like my daughter, my granddaughter, the 6-year-old, has stuck it in the wall.
What did your husband say on the day? Because, I mean, presumably with his expertise, he was chipping in and saying to this guy.
He kept well out of it because he kept out of it because he knew it sounds really bad, but I got myself so wound up and upset about it that he just stood back and said, right, he said, whatever they do, he said, he was just going to repair it. He was going to do it himself. And I said, no, they've got to do it. They've got to put the glass back in. They've got to put it right. It's cost us a lot of money. We've saved for this door. And it's just, I just need them to come and sort it out properly and do something about it.
Right. I mean, yeah. So your husband on the day didn't say to the guy, why haven't you done this? Why haven't you done that?
He just looked at the bloke and the bloke was sweating buckets. He'd got really bad hay fever. And he just wanted to get away. And,
oh, God.
And
right. So did you... Okay, so after this disastrous Sunday morning fitting of the new front door, did you then sit down and write a formal email to the company to say, I'm very disappointed. One of your installers came to refit my front door that we've already had a complete disaster with since first instructing your company to come and install the front door for us. He's left the front door with a broken glazing panel. The silicone is covered in brick dust. The trim at the top of the front door is not resolved. Can you please advise when you will be resolving this issue properly?
No, I didn't. I should have done. I tried phoning them and I just gave up. I just
thought, Lucinda, can I just say, in future, you need to come to me quicker, because it sounds like when something like this happens, you kind of need someone like me to tell you what to do, because what you should have done, and I know this is all hindsight now, but I'm just saying it for other people as well. When this company first installed a front door that was the wrong size, what you should have done is write to them immediately and say, I would like you to come and replace this front door because you have made the front door the wrong size for the hole. It is unacceptable. Please advise when you'll be doing that. And if you cannot do that, please give me a full refund for the door and I will liaise with you and I will organise for another company to come and fit the front door instead.
I should do that now, really, shouldn't I?
Well, I think so. What I need to do is go and have a word with this company. Sounds like they've royally mucked you about all the way through. and it sounds as if, we need to be quite direct with them in terms of how they need to resolve the matter. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. What a shame you didn't just go and buy a really nice front door and get your husband to fit it if he's if he's a handyman.
He fitted our windows. The reason we went to them is because I'd fell in love with this door, which was duck-egg blue with the irises in, and we just couldn't find it anywhere else but with this company. So that's, in the end, he turned around and said, right, you can have it, you go for it, that's what you want, go for it. Now, for him to do that is quite, it was lovely. But the other thing is, it's like when the man came to survey to fix the door and realised and said to me that it was 8 mil too small, and he was telling me, I asked if I could have that man back to fix the door when they did it, and they then asked me, we've got 2 of those working for us. Was he wearing an orange or a yellow high-vis? And I'm thinking, are they taking the mickey out of me or what? Surely you'd know who came to sort the door out.
Well, you'd like to think so. Lucinda, it sounds like you need my help. Please. I'm going to pass you back to the team. We'll get some detail, and I will contact them this afternoon and find out why on earth they've left you in this position. Andrew wears contact lenses. They're not the type of contact lenses that you just chuck away every day, so he has to use a special contact lens solution to clean and then store them overnight. But all of a sudden, he says he just can't get hold of the stuff anywhere.
When I first started making inquiries, I thought, okay, well, maybe they're just out of stock or whatever, and it's a short-term solution. But the longer it's gone on, it does raise a few questions. And I say, to find the press release, you've got to look pretty hard. It talked about all the liquids being recalled for a security safety issue, but nothing about when they're going to be replaced. I've been to all the big supermarkets where I live, and all the shelves are empty. So, yeah, it's not just me. I'm sure there are lots of other people. I can't even buy them online. Fortunately, the bottle I've got is not affected, but that's only going to last me maybe another 2.5, 3 weeks. My cleaning solution, I've just about run out.
Well, what on earth is going on? Where has all of this stuff gone? I've been off to try and find out for Andrew. He's back on the JVS show. Hello, Andrew.
Good morning, JVS.
Good morning to you. So, you normally get your cleaning lens solution manufactured by a company called Bausch & Lomb.
That's right, yeah. I use their Boston solutions, yeah.
Boston solution. Now, they've come back with this response when I approached them to say, what's going on with your product? Why has it disappeared from the shelves? They came back to say Bausch & Lomb was notified by a third-party supplier in Milan, Italy, of a compliance issue with its sterilisation process. As a result, we are conducting a voluntary recall of selected lots of contact lens solution, eye wash, and eye lubricant products. We expect availability of impacted products to be intermittent until September of 2021, when the supply is built back up in the marketplace. So there seems to be a full acknowledgement that they have got a big problem in terms of supplying this stuff, and you may well struggle until September of this year to get hold of the solution. Now, in the meantime, we did have some information come into the programme with 1 or 2 potential sources for this particular solution. And off air, I put you in touch with one of those companies. How did you get on, Andrew? What's the latest? Have you managed to get any of it yet?
Well, I spoke to the company that you put me in touch with, and I was very, very grateful for that. I had a long conversation with the lady in the shop, and had explained how you got involved in my particular situation. They do have some appropriate solutions in stock, which are different to what I normally use.
So this isn't the Bausch & Lomb Boston stuff?
No, it's a different stuff that is basically a combined liquid. So it's a cleaner and a overnight storage solution.
Okay.
But she was adamant that before I swapped to use that I speak to my own optician, because I've been using the Boston stuff for such a long time.
Right.
So now I have spoken to my own optician eventually, and they have said, yes, I can use the solution that this particular company have got in store. But if I have any reaction, then I'm to go back and talk to the optician themselves, and they'll then decide what needs to happen next. So I'm just about to run out of my normal supplies. So I should be buying a new bottle of this stuff from a local branch of the company you put me in touch with.
And have they got plenty?
They have a fair amount in stock from what they said, yes.
Okay.
But say it's completely different, and I guess it's not produced by the same manufacturing company.
Okay. Well, I mean, if anybody else listening to the programme has been following this story, and if you're in exactly the same position as Andrew, and you desperately need this kind of solution, then if you give my team a call, we can certainly point you in the direction of this particular company, although how long they will have this solution in stock for is really a bit uncertain, isn't it? So I'd make sure you buy yourself enough bottles to last until September if I were you, Andrew.
I will do. I've been to our local supermarket this morning, and the restock date on the shelves for the Boston stuff has shifted again. So that they're now saying they may get another supply in mid-August, which is, again, is just pushing it further and further back and nearer to the time when you've been told the solutions will be back in supply. So
well, that's directly from Bausch & Lomb. So
yeah.
I mean, if they're saying that they expect supplies to be very disjointed until September, then I think that's probably safe to say that will be the case.
Indeed.
Well, look, can you please keep me in the loop and let me know as soon as you've managed to stock up on some of the stuff? Just out of interest, how much is it a bottle?
The Boston stuff that I normally buy is £5 a bottle in the supermarket, and this other stuff they're quoting me now is a slightly bigger bottle, so they're coming in at about between £7.50 and £8 a bottle.
Right. Okay. Well, to be honest, I mean it's
that's for a bigger quantity. So.
And to be honest, you'd pay it anyway, because if it's the only stuff you can get that actually works with the contact lenses, what a kerfuffle, honestly.
It is. I mean, it would have helped if the original press release had not only said, yes, it's been withdrawn, but we expect it to be a length of time before it's going to be resupplied. But hey,
yes. It's very strange, though, isn't it? Because you'd imagine that if there's a problem with producing the stuff, you sort it out and you get new stuff made quick as anything, because you know that your suppliers are going to want more of it. So it's strange that it's taken so long. Maybe it's a complicated stuff to make. I don't know. Maybe it's not just as easy as making a packet of crisps or something. Maybe it does involve a more complicated process.
Yeah, I don't know, because it's certainly quite a viscous solution just to keep it comfortable, wear the contacts, to make them comfortable to wear when you first put them in.
Now, Matt came to me. He was telling me he moved home. He's left us here in Beds, Hearts and Bucks. He's moved over the border into Northamptonshire. And when he moved, well, he didn't really take that much notice of the tree in front of his brand new house. But he certainly noticed it now.
When we moved in November, there was no leaves on the tree whatsoever. So it wasn't that noticeable. But we've had all this rain, and it's grown about another 6 or 8 foot. It is now at least 40 to 50 foot high. I've been in touch with the council, and I said to them, could I have the tree cut down, or could I? And they said, well, we'll have to see what we can do, and nobody seems to be doing anything about it. It's taken the light from the lounge and the light from the front bedroom. And the other thing, at the front of the garden where we live, is a car park. And you daren't park your car under this tree, because if you know what, 5 minutes and your car is covered.
Well, what has the local authority had to say about this? I've been off to have a word with them. Matt is back on the JVS show. Hello, Matt.
Hello, Jonathan. What a great result.
Oh, OK. Well, we'll find out what's gone on in a second, because, as you know, after you and I last spoke, I went off to have a word with both the council and also a housing association that apparently has responsibility for that particular bit of land and where the tree sits. That company is Greatwell Homes, and they came back with this response. They said, I can confirm that the land is ours, and since your contact, we have booked in for one of our tree surgeons to inspect the tree and see if we can reduce the size of it. The inspection will also help us identify whether the tree is healthy or not. If the tree is in a healthy state, it's not something we would remove. Well, What's happened since we last spoke? Because that response came in back in June, so I'm very much hoping by your opening tone, Matt, you're a happier bunny.
Oh, over the moon, Jonathan, over the moon. As Johnny Nash would say, I can see clearly now.
Oh. Why? What's happened, Matt?
Yeah, they came and done the tree. They cut the tree right back, and it's unbelievable. It's like another world. It's unbelievable. The whole area is completely brighter.
Well, so how much did
I didn't tell you it was 35 to 40 foot wide, the tree, where the actual branches branded out onto the car park. It's now, another world. Absolutely brilliant.
Well,
so I don't have to put the light on till about 9 o'clock, 9:30 at night now.
Well, that's super. I mean, I am looking at a photo that was taken during the winter months from, if you go onto, this Google Street View where you can have a look. And I mean, it was an enormous tree. It's double the height of the property. Yes. So what have they brought it down to?
Well, they've cut all the whole side, both sides and the front and back and sides, taken all the loose branches off completely. So you've got it's a bit like a conifer tree, straight up,
Yeah.
But they're also going to do more come next year.
Oh, right.
In the spring.
Yeah.
They will do it in the spring. They will take more off because of the growth. They can't destroy the growth or something like that. But I would like you to mention somebody who helped me so much from Gregwell Homes. Her name is Liberty.
Liberty at Greatwell Homes. Okay, well, we will make sure.
Absolutely brilliant she was. I've now got a contact with her if I've got any problems whatsoever.
Super.
To do things, yeah.
Well, that is and
wonderful. Jonathan, you are now my top man. Terry Wogan was my man, but you are now taking over number one.
Wow, I've knocked Terry Wogan off his spot, have I?
Anybody can knock Terry Wogan off. It's got to be something else.
Fantastic. Well, I'll take that.
You are.
Right,
thank you, Jonathan. I can't thank you enough. And also give my regards to Laura. She was great too. She kept helping me out.
Okay, lovely. Well, listen, I will thank Greatwell Homes. I will give them the horn.
Don't forget Liberty.
And Liberty. And if you have any other problems, Matt, you know where we are. And enjoy seeing.
I will, Jonathan. You are the man. You are the man.
I do know you are. And I'm delighted to have knocked Terry Wogan off his spot.
God bless Terry Wogan.
God bless him. Matt, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Jonathan.
Greatwell Homes, Liberty, thank you. Now, Jeff purchased 2 separate mattresses that zip and link together to make a super king-size mattress. This is for a bed that he shares with his wife. Well, they had a very good quality king-size mattress from the same manufacturer previously, so they decided that they would just swap it over, go for the 2 singles, because it would make it much easier for turning the mattress over, which is what you have to do with this particular brand.
We was very, very happy with that. We got rid of it because it was very, very heavy, and they recommend you turn them every 2 or 3 months, over, backwards, sideways, and what are you? Because it had a hot and a cold side, summer and winter side. Mm-hmm. It just got too much. That was the only reason why we changed to 2 singles. When they arrived, the first night we used them, it was absolutely diabolical. They were changing their range. They were waiting for the new range to come in. But I said to the guy, look, providing they're from the same company and they're firm and the same as what I had last time, I'm happy just to go along with that. Personally, I would say that they were a medium to soft. I phoned up and said, look, I'm not happy with both these mattresses. She says, you got what you paid for. I said, no, hold on. I haven't got what I paid for because I don't think they're firm as they should be.
Right. Now, when I went to speak to the company, it quickly became apparent what had gone on here. Jeff is back on the JVS show now. Hello, Jeff.
Hello, Jonathan.
The problem was that you'd previously had this mattress, let's call it, just for sake of argument, the JVS range. You had the JVS range in super king size. You wanted to swap it for 2 singles, zip and link, that again create a super king size, but they're easier to turn. because the company had said to you that what you were ordering was the JVS range, you thought you were getting exactly the same mattress that you'd had previously, and therefore were very happy with. What they didn't tell you was that in the process of you having the first mattress and then ordering the 2 single mattresses to zip and link together, the company had completely changed the structure and the way they make the JVS range. Completely different mattress, completely different level of springs in it, completely different fillings in it. It was just a completely different mattress. So, of course, what they should have done is said to you at that particular point, well, hang on a minute, because since you had the JVS range last time, they have now changed it, so you really need to come into the shop as soon as we're open, because this all happened during the lockdown. You need to come into the shop when we're open, and you must try it, because it's a completely different mattress now, and you might not like it anymore. But they didn't give you that advice, did they? They didn't tell you the mattress had changed. And that's why what you then ended up getting was a completely different feeling mattress, and you felt so disappointed. Now, the company were arguing when I went to speak to them. They said, well, look, we haven't done anything wrong, because as far as we're concerned, he bought the JVS range mattress. We sold him the JVS range mattress. That's what he's got. We've done nothing wrong. However, I pointed out to them that they had a duty of care to you to have informed you about this fundamental change to it. Well, to cut a very long story short, they did agree in the end that as a goodwill gesture, even though they did not believe they'd done nothing wrong, as a goodwill gesture, they were prepared to replace both of the mattresses for you. Now, you went into their shop as soon as they did reopen, because my advice to you was to go and try their range of mattresses and see what you wanted. When you went back in, you selected a completely different type of mattress, made by the same manufacturer, and you had placed that order. Now, that was some time ago. These are handmade mattresses, so they are made in a factory by proper human beings. What's the latest? Any sign of the mattresses yet?
One has, they've delivered one, Jonathan. I put a phone call in last week and said, look, we need an update because this is really, really dragging on now. She said, okay, let me come back to you. She did. And she said, look, Jeff, we have good news and we have bad news. We've got one here and we're waiting for the other one to come. I said, well, will that be in a couple of days or next week or whatever? They haven't even made it. I said,
no.
There was a mistake on the ordering. Only one was ordered instead of two.
Oh, no.
So I said, well, I'm not prepared. I'm just not prepared to wait another 14 to 16 weeks. It's just not on. This has been dragging on and on and on. I said, look, put a phone call in. You need to do something, but I'm not prepared to wait that long again. This is ridiculous. Anyway, the lady come back to me, fair play to her, and she said, Jeff, the best we can do is 3 to 4 weeks. I said, well, I've got to go along with it, but can you make sure it is 3 to 4 weeks? And she said, look, would you like the one that we've got here? I said, no, I want them both at the same time so I know exactly where I am.
Yes. And very importantly, you make sure that they are, because they've both been made at separate times,
yes.
You need to, and they are handmade beds, so you need to make sure that they are the same size. You need to make sure that they zip together properly.
Yeah.
And that one of them is not much higher than the other one. You know, these are the kinds of things that you need to check. Because, of course, when you would ordinarily order a super king-size mattress set, they would make the two mattresses together and they would check them, I'm sure, before they dispatch them. So you need to just make sure that it's all going to fit together nicely.
Absolutely, yeah, yeah.
Oh, what a palaver.
Yeah, so that's where we're at, Jonathan.
The good news is, and as you know, because I've spoken to you before, I sleep on the very same brand of mattress.
Yeah.
And they are absolutely heavenly mattresses to sleep on. I mean, you know that because you loved your previous one.
Absolutely. To be honest with you, John, I wish I had not got rid of it now.
Yes, but the trouble is because you do need to turn these mattresses because they're natural mattresses and they have natural fillings in and the fillings settle, so you need to turn them over and rotate them to try and turn a super king size. I don't even know how you got it upstairs.
Well, it wasn't easy.
No, I bet, because they weigh an absolute ton.
They do, yeah.
And I don't know how on earth you managed to get it up the stairs, let alone how the two of you would ever turn it over. I mean, put your bank out.
Yeah.
Well, look, I mean, I'm sure it'll be worth the wait in the end. Having just I went down to Eastbourne last week and I stayed in a 5-star hotel that are apparently renowned for how comfortable their beds are. I'll tell you what, it was a nice bed, but I couldn't wait to get back to mine because mine's 10 times more comfortable. So I'm sure
there's nothing like your own bed, is there?
There's nothing like, well, when you've got a good bed, yeah. I'm sure that when it does turn up, you'll be absolutely delighted. But it's just a shame it's taking so long. Jeff, can you please keep me in the loop? And if you need me to do anything in terms of chasing up, I'm more than happy to do so.
No worries, John. I'm going to give her the fortnight, the 3 weeks to 4 weeks, like she said, and if I have no joy, I should be coming back. But obviously, as soon as they're here and we've tried them, I'll be coming back to let you know.
Please let me know either way. Kimberly's on the line now. Kimberly moved into a new home 5 years ago. It was a brand new house and therefore had all brand new fixtures and fittings. During lockdown, she noticed that the taps in her now 5-year-old bathrooms haven't lasted very long.
The chrome was all peeling off and stuff, and it was all black around there. So we thought we'd get in touch with the company and just let them know what was happening. Unfortunately, they were closed due to COVID. We were in warranty at that point in time, obviously, when we rang them, and unfortunately no one was there. We even tried, I think, emailing as well and got no response at all. So we left it. And unfortunately, things just, it's just gotten worse and worse with time. And it's just embarrassing when guests come over and the chrome is all peeling away, especially in the guest toilet downstairs. So luckily, of course, everything opened back. We got in touch with them. They were kind at first, and it's just been a pushback ever since then. We haven't sent the right information to them that they need to see. This is not what we need something else, but no help at all.
Well, Kimberly was very unhappy. I went off to have a word with the company that had manufactured these taps just to ask why the chrome would be bubbling and peeling in this way. Kimberly's back on the JVS show. Hello, Kimberly.
Hi there, Jonathan. How are you?
Yes, I'm very well, thank you. Now, Kimberly, I think one of the problems that you had with this case, when I spoke to the guy that is the head of customer services at this particular company, he said what we did was we went back and we pulled all of the calls between Kimberly and ourselves. And during the first conversation that Kimberly ever had with us, she told us that she had used a particular cleaning product to clean the taps that we consider to be an abrasive cleaning product and certainly not a cleaning product that you should be using on our taps. And in fact, we make it very clear in all of the care guidance that comes with our taps that you should not be using anything other than either warm soapy water or one of our own products that we can provide. And you certainly shouldn't be using this particular abrasive product, they said. Well, you'd said to me when we spoke that you'd only ever used vinegar on the taps. I think you did. You also mentioned something about toothpaste, didn't you, at one point?
No, I just said vinegar and lemon. But it was after finding out about this abrasive product that I stopped using it initially. Over the 5 years, at some point during while we've been here, knowing that the taps could become corroded because, I've joined a lot of Facebook cleaning groups and stuff like that. So you become knowledgeable as you go when you own your first house and everything. But the corrosion only happened, I'd say 3 years in after those, way after those products were used. So that's why I didn't really alert them. I told them the truth. I didn't want to lie. But at the same time, I felt like from the time they heard that, it was a constant pushback then.
Well, yes, because they said as soon as they heard that you'd been using that particular product on the taps, they considered that to have been the cause of the problems, and therefore it's nothing to do with the manufacturing process. Now, I think the saving grace for you, Kimberly, was me.
Yes, definitely.
Because I happen to have the same brand of taps, and I have never because I learnt a long time ago that this particular cleaning product, many, not just tap manufacturers, but also bath manufacturers recommend against use of this particular product because it is quite acidic, I think. It's excellent when dealing with limescale. But in terms of the coating, I don't know whether it's a lacquer that is there on the taps or whatever it may be, but many companies would argue that it is quite an abrasive product to use, and you can take that top layer off and then cause all kinds of problems. So I know with my taps that are the same brand as yours, I have never used that particular cleaning product. So I said to this guy, okay, well, that's fine. If you're blaming that product for Kimberley's taps, why have my taps also bubbled in exactly the same way? He said, oh, have they? I said, yeah, they have. I said, I'll send you some photos. So I went home that day and I took photographs of my taps, sure enough, showing all the bubbling on them. Well, at that point, he came back and he said, okay, well, look, we still do not agree that our taps are faulty. We believe that it is the product that Kimberley has used that has created the problem. However, as a goodwill gesture, we don't want to fall out over 3 taps. So we will replace her 3 taps for her. So that was the promise that they had made, which was excellent. What's happened since we last spoke? I gather you might have some visitors in the background.
Yes, the lovely gentleman has just left. He's installed the downstairs one, but let me know that the other 2 that they sent 3 of the same, won't fit the upstairs and the ensuite. So he's taken them away and he will deal with it all and come back and replace them when he gets the right size taps. So they have been brilliant. I can't fault them at all.
Oh, wow. So hang on a second. So was this the company actually supplied the plumber as well?
As well, yes, because I remember initially it was just meant to be the taps.
Yeah.
And then I got a phone call from a lovely young lady as well, just saying that an engineer will visit. They were meant to come last Thursday, but unfortunately no one would have been in to supervise them. So I changed the date, and he's just left, and he said he's going to sort it all. They obviously couldn't, gauge the size of the taps from the photos I've sent.
Yeah.
To send all 3 of the same taps, but they're not the right size. He's going to take it back, he took it with him, and come back with the right taps and install it.
Right. Okay.
We're very pleased with the outcome.
we're getting there, but we're not there just yet. But we're there with one of the bathrooms.
Yes, definitely.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, just make sure that you use very, very gentle bathroom cleaning products on it. Don't go using anything that's very acidic. Nothing that's strong lime scale killing properties. Lime scale killing stuff is fantastic for your kettle, but you don't necessarily want to be putting all of that stuff all over your taps. And I think most people would suggest that for any kind of taps, really, for lime scale, just vinegar is the best thing, because that removes the lime scale without removing the chrome as well. So certainly don't go using anything very, very acidic on them from now. Well, I guess what I'm going to do is this. Oh, just a little honk. And that's for the fact that they've replaced one of the taps. Can you please let me know when they come back and replace the others as well?
I definitely will be in touch, yes.
Tyrone has been having some problems with overgrown trees at his housing association property.
In 2019, I got a delivery, a hand letter, saying that the trees had damaged the wall. So informed the local authority straight again. 2020, I got another letter saying that the wall had started falling down. Now in 2021, one of the trees has fell in my next door neighbour's garden and the other one's leaning. So at the bottom of my garden is a fence and the trees are growing between them.
Well, Tyrone was very unhappy about it. He just couldn't get anyone to take responsibility for not only the overgrown tree, but also the fact that the tree had damaged the wall, and therefore the boundary to his garden was broken, and anybody could have just walked in. Well, I went off to have a word with the council. If you were following the story yesterday, you will remember that the council said, look, we don't know whose land it is that this tree is on. We don't know who ultimately is responsible. However, we will get it sorted. We will cut that tree down. And indeed, when I caught up with Tyrone yesterday, the good news was, indeed, the council had removed that particular tree. Tyrone's back on the JVS now. Hello, Tyrone.
Hello, Jonathan.
Hi, Tyrone. So, the company, the council rather, when we spoke yesterday, were due to come back yesterday afternoon to put a fence up where the wall had been. Bring us up to speed, Tyrone. What's the latest?
After speaking to you yesterday, I had a phone call and they had cancelled and they was going to come at 8 o'clock this morning, which they have done. And they're now putting a temporary fence up.
Oh, are they? What do you mean a temporary fence?
A metal spike fence.
Right.
Like a security fence.
Oh, okay. Well, that doesn't sound like a temporary fence. That sounds like a proper fence.
Well, I was told it was a temporary fence.
Until what?
Until I suppose they put a wooden one there. I don't know.
Why would they put a metal spiked fence when they could have just put a cheap wooden fence there?
I don't know.
Right. Have you asked?
There's two gentlemen at the back there.
Yeah.
Of my fence, and now I can look straight through. I got a metal fence with spikes on it, and I was told it was a temporary fence, security fence.
Right, but the have you asked them why they're putting a metal fence that they tell you is a temporary fence rather than putting a proper wooden fence there?
No, when I tried to speak to them this morning, they just said that they're here just to put a temporary fence up.
Right. Is there any chance you could just open the door and shout to them, just ask why it's a temporary fence and not a permanent fence?
Hold on. No, they've gone.
They've gone.
Yeah.
Right. So have they left with a temporary fence being put up?
Yeah.
Right. And the temporary fence, you say, is metal with spikes on it?
Yep.
That sounds like a very peculiar metal temporary fence.
Security. Well, I was told it was a security temporary fence.
Right. Is that what they're considering to be a fence until the wall is repaired by whoever owns the wall?
I presume it's to stop anyone from coming into my garden.
Right. Well, I mean, that's all they really need to do to make sure the boundary is secured. But the way you're talking, it sounds as if you're not terribly happy with it.
Well, no, because where the end of my garden is, I've lost some of my garden now at the bottom.
Right,
but why brought the metal fence forward?
But why, when they came and said, "Oh, we're putting a temporary fence up," why didn't you say to them, "Oh, why are you putting a temporary fence up? Why aren't you just putting a proper fence up?"
Well, because I assumed that what they was going to do was put the temporary fence up, and then once they sort out the back bit, put a proper fence there.
But you didn't ask them?
Well, no, because at the moment, it's like 6 foot high fence, and there's metal spikes on it.
Right.
And you can't speak to anyone.
Yeah, but you could have asked the chaps that were there, couldn't you?
Yeah, they was here at 8 o'clock this morning, and they said they're here to put a temporary fence up.
Yeah, but you could have said to them, "How come you're putting a temporary fence up? I thought you were going to come and put a proper fence up."
Hold on, let me see if I can get there's a van there. Hello? Hold on, Jonathan.
Okay.
Hello? No, he's not answering.
What, is he in the van?
There's a van there, but I can't see. Oh, yeah, hold on. Is that a temporary fence, is it? Oh, yes. So, yeah, he says, so he's been told it's a temporary fence.
Ask him when they're coming back to put the proper fence up.
Do you know when they're coming to put the... He has no idea.
Right, okay. Well, it sounds like I need to go and have a word with the council and find out what this business of a temporary fence is. Because, I mean, a temporary fence to me would be, like a plastic, the kind of thing that just creates a barrier. the fact that they've put a metal fence with spikes at the top, that sounds like quite a structure, to be honest. I mean, how have they sunk it into the ground? How have they attached it?
They've gone off my post of my fence that I put down the side.
Yeah.
And they've gone next to that. And it's got like a scaffolding going across. And then the actual slats are just going upwards.
Okay. Well, I think I'm going to have to go and have a word with the council and just find out what this business of a temporary fence is. And let's see if they're planning to come back and put a wooden fence there. And if they are, why didn't they just put the wooden fence there in the first place? Because it sounds like they're going to end up having to do the job twice. Which,
I mean, I can send you pictures if you want it.
I'd like to see the pictures, please. Yeah, and I'd just like to know. I mean, it just seems a little bit bizarre. Maybe there's a very rational explanation, Tyrone. Maybe they're struggling to get hold of a fence panel, but I don't really understand why they would effectively come and do the job twice, because it's just a waste of time and money, isn't it? Leave it with me. I'll go and ask them that question, and we'll talk very soon. Okay.